Good evening. Tonight we're going to be leveling Black Mage. Reason being that as we did last week, we are basically like unlocking a bunch of stuff that we never had time to unlock when we were busy doing the main quest. Among these things is Aether currents, and we're reaching the point where we've kind of unlocked all of the Aether currents we currently have access to. So to remedy that, we're leveling Black Mage. The reason why we're not just unlocking it all with Dragoon or a different higher level job is simply because, well, if we do it with Dragoon, that's a lot of XP wasted, right? I know at least one person in the chat who can feel the pain of wasting that experience. Second reason, the reason why we're not using a different job for it is we actually voted on this like a long time ago. We had a poll on what Smol Caetsu's secondary job should be, and that was Black Mage. So for now, I think it's reasonable to actually give Black Mage a chance before we just shelve it. So that's what we're doing, which means that we're probably going to be exploring some like leveling strategies today, on top of doing some more Aether currents when we can, and just doing stuff. I'm thinking if we can unlock the Stormblood Beast tribes, the combat ones specifically, and make sure that we have the clan hunt marks available, so that we can do that. As I've gone over previously in my leveling guide, that is what I would do to level a DPS job. And yeah, I might be in the convenient position that maybe if we want to do some roulettes, maybe you guys will join me, and then there's nearly no queue time, but I still think this is an interesting opportunity to explore that. Hey Emir, hey Lemon, hey Fila, hey Gelano, and yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Lemon says, I just realized it's not afternoon where I am just yet. Well, it's actually, honestly, when I say tonight, at this point, it's actually just really late afternoon at my place as well. But I hope, I'm glad to see you, Lemon. As I was just, as I've said previously, it feels like, or I said a while ago on Discord, I was a little worried if everything was okay, since you suddenly disappeared from the streams. I'm glad to see you back. And hey, QPLR says, I just want to say thank you for your content. Much appreciate the hard work. Thank you so much. I'm glad you find it helpful. That means a lot to me. I started on all those guides originally to teach friends. So it means a lot to me that a lot of people find them helpful. And hey Sansu, yeah, you've also been away for a bit. Have you already completed the new Criterion dungeon? Or is it not worth it? Level 59. Do we have gear for that? We do. We finished the variant, but haven't entered the Criterion yet. Oh, fair enough. We did all of the variant dungeon on stream. The whole thing in an interesting case of me repeatedly going, it's kinda late. Maybe we should call it here, and then us going, well, we could go for more. Is everyone up for more? Yeah, everyone's up for more. So we did more, and then we reached the point where I was like, well, there's only like 3 or 4 runs left, and as I went into that, we started like running out of energy and steam, but we did everything. We managed to do everything. I love the new variant dungeon. It's very nice. There it is. Oh, for a second I was confused because the icon was nearly identical, so I thought, did I just replace the same item? How's that possible? Apparently, I got the items in my inventory. That's fine. And you're going to check it today or tomorrow. Okay, well, I hope you have fun with it. Yeah, Ymir. This is a really, really old joke. But when Smol Kai needed a retainer, I discovered that I had saved Small Dragon Kai's appearance. So I had that like available. I thought it would be funny if we had a character that was basically her. Just because it is kind of funny. At least to me. So that's why, and instead of calling her Kai, she's just Mrs. CC, whoever that could be. I think we're just going to leave the rest for later. Lemon says, it is a good afternoon somewhere, that is true. I've had some stuff going on and then I had a bad flare-up of a chronic sing. Oh, well I'm glad to hear that you're better now, Lemon. Yeah, I've told this story just to follow up on what what I said to QPLR. I've told this story before, but the origin of me making guides was that I was in a different free company when I started making videos, as you will notice if you watch my oldest videos, like the original global cooldown guide and stuff like that. Notice that I'm in a different free company. In that free company, I had some friends who I was teaching, like there was a lot of new sprouts there, and often I would be the one teaching them. And the thing is that, as you may know, sometimes it's really difficult to understand something like really detailed or like a lot of information in the first like go around, so they would have to ask me again. I would teach them as many times as they needed, of course, but sometimes it would take a while before we were both on, which meant that the best I could do was like, well, you could watch a guide by someone else. Surely there's good job guides on YouTube or something, right? You could just use one of those. And they told me, no, they don't work because they're too fast. They get too deep into the details that I don't understand. They use all these acronyms that I don't know. So I can't use them. Which put me in the position of, okay, so you don't have anyone else. There are, to my knowledge, there are good guides. I'm not saying that I'm the only one that can make a job guide. In fact, if you want to learn as much as possible, watching multiple guides from different people might give you a broader perspective. Like, maybe there's something that I'm neglecting to mention, or maybe something that you feel like I didn't explain well enough. Maybe a different guide will do that. But as Ymir says, my response to that was literally, okay, guess I'll do it. In fact, the person that originally told me that the guides were too fast and they couldn't follow them was Natsu, which you may have seen when we did the extreme trial stream recently. I just want to, I've said this before, I think, but that is a huge amount of progress, right? That was I started making guides back in Shadowbringers, but she was at a point where she wasn't confident in her ability to play the game at all, and she wasn't really at a skill level where she could even do an extreme, not an unreal, not like most difficult content was overwhelming. And we could do old content unsynced, but she was certainly not caring, right? Now she's doing, she's capable, I just want to point out, she had seen the previous stream of Extreme and noted how far we had gotten and went, okay, I'll have to find a group alone to get that far because I don't want to be the weak link. And then she just did it. So, all things considered, I would say that my guides, like making all those guides, was worth it if it helped her, right? And then I also have met tons of people that are like doing ultimates now, that said that they like learned from my guides, or they're doing Savage and they start with my guides, or it doesn't even have to be that they're doing something incredibly difficult, just that my guides helped them to get to a point where they are happy with the game, because you don't have to be the best to play Final Fantasy XIV, which I also have a video on. But yeah, that was the origin. I made the channel to store a video for the free company, and then I just went, oh well, now that I have the channel, I might as well put something there. So I started making videos. Right. So, just to go over again, so I need to figure out how is it we unlock hunt marks. I can't remember. If I remember correctly, well, it's either or. We need to unlock the Stormblood hunt marks, especially. I can't remember if we need to unlock the Heavensward ones to do that, but we do need to unlock the A Realm Reborn ones to do that, and I think I did. Let me just go to the board itself and see. Santo says need to. No. It might also be that Heavensward ones are the first ones required. Wait. Right. Let's start with going to Gridania then. See if I have even unlocked those. Right, this way. Oh look, it's Westman, to the west of the Aetherite. Do we also have a Southman? No, we don't. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds familiar to me too, Lemon. That the A Realm Reborn ones, like, introduce you to the existence of hunt marks, and then the Heavensward ones kind of introduce you to, like, how it's done after that. Okay, so apparently we don't have it unlocked, because it would be here, I'm pretty sure. Which quest is it? Do you have multiple quests? You do. How do we unlock this? There it is, let the hunt begin. Oh boy. It's the lady in front. Oh. Wait. I saw that it had that quest and thought it's the wrong one. Thank you, Lemon. Hey, Tracy. And Gage Wilson. Gage? Is it Gage Wilson? Says, I love your guides. How do you have the icons next to people's names? Thank you. And it's actually a pretty new feature. Well, about 2 months ago, but that is actually still kind of new in terms of the age of Final Fantasy XIV, right? So you start by going into character configuration. You go to display name settings, and then if you go to general over here, you toggle this one, and you can even choose the style you want it to look like. I like this one because then I can at a glance also see, oh, that's a healer because it's green, or oh, that's a DPS. You can also toggle like job or role colors. And you can even choose what color they should be. That only works when you're in party with people. But the idea is still there. Yep. And yet it's not entirely obvious where it is. And Tracy has has a Conjurer on Alpha. Nice. Right. So this was the quest we were doing. Let the hunt begin. Glory Hound such as yourself will be pleased to have this news from the powers that be. The Eorzean Alliance has established a new system known as the Hunt. A new system, everyone. We never lack for creatures and men that disturb the Sylvan serenity. Henceforth, these miscreants shall be marked for filling, and whoever deals the blow shall collect a reward. It is a bounty system, when all's said and done. The Alliance marks much of this joining of sword hands, while allowing rivalries to go unchecked elsewhere. Small wonder that some see a bent branch where we claim a bow true and proud. But these are matters for our betters to ponder. For now, you may serve by offering the Hunt your considerable talent for slaughter. The bounty is rich, and you stand to gain much for your services, but don't take my word for it. Speak with the Hunt Billmaster to learn of rewards and other such details. Oh, there. Oh, I thought it was this guy for some reason, because normally the bill, like the Hunt bill, is closer to the barracks entrance in Limsa. Here to join the Hunt, are you? Excellent, excellent. I'll get right to the explanation. First things first, you'll want to take a look at this Hunt board. I can't do that while I'm talking with you. There are bills for all sorts of marks here. There are two kinds of bills, the kind for regular marks and the kind for elite marks. The second of these are the more notorious sort. Before you go after one of them, I recommend you consult a Hunter Scholar. These people are veterans of the Hunt who can recite the Raimdale Codex by heart. Once the Hunt's done, you will receive tokens called Allied Seals, which you can exchange for exclusive wares. If any of that got stuck going down, you're welcome to come back and ask again. And again, no doubt. I can attend to any Allied Seals you'd like to spend as well. What's will be done, Lieutenant? If I don't hear from you soon, I'll take it you weren't Hunt material, or that a mark got the best of you. Oh, do cheer up. Better to die once than live ever in shame. Better to die once? Hey Jax and Angel, I hope you're doing well. We just kind of started. I'm unlocking some stuff that will be really helpful for leveling. That is true, Santo. A lot of quality of life settings are hard to find. That is actually why I have a guide on this channel for finding, like, where I literally just go over every single little setting in this menu, because there's so many of them that are helpful. The problem is that since that video has been made, at least a handful of settings have been added since. Case in point, these. So that's just how it is. Yeah, Lemon, my advice, I think we actually talked about this on a tea time. I think, or maybe it was a daily roulette stream. Learn healing with friends, or if you don't have a bunch of friends to play with, the Discord. You might be able to find a few that wants to go for something with you. It's worth trying. Like, there's a difference between writing anyone that wants to do this roulette right now and going, can we plan something? I'm sure that it's a lot easier for some to go, yeah, you can plan something, than like logging on this instant to play with you, right? But I think trying it would be good. Let me see, did I forget anything else? Yeah, ring targeting. But actually, Here's an interesting point for those of you that are scared of picking up a healer. Today, I did an expert roulette as warrior, and my healer was a white mage. They had like item level 590 gear. They were clearly like, they might be a returning player, or they haven't played healer in a while. They were basically, every time Regen dropped off of me, boom, Regen. Every time Medica 2 dropped off the party, boom, Medica 2. And every time I had less than full health, boom, Cure 1. And if the party had less than full health, Medica 1. And they spent a lot of time running around to be safe before they cast any glass. They did not attack very much. So I told them after the first boss to take it easy. They didn't need to heal every point of damage. Everyone else in the party could heal too. Well, that was a slight lie, because we did have a summoner. They aren't as readily available to heal, but they can heal. Despite that, they kept doing that. So my point is, I'm pretty sure that if you're just aiming to be that good, like if you're aiming to be as good as that white mage, I'm pretty sure we all can, you all can do that. Like, if you can do that, then you're already not going to wipe at the very least, right? And the thing is that they were spam healing basically for no reason, which was why we started like in the group to notice, was because they were a little excited to cast healing. Like, I'm pretty sure the regen effects were wasted quite effectively simply because everyone was at full health, right? That is not to like dunk on that healer. That is just to say that you can be that good as well. That is also fine. And Lemon has a good point there, and that is Ymir. That is also what I think I've said previously. If you're not comfortable with healing in the first place, you're not sure how things work, learning with White Mage first, especially in low level where you don't have very many options, makes you a lot more well acquainted with how much you can heal. Like, the thing is, this White Mage in that group was like spam healing because as they made sure everyone's HP bars were full at all times, like completely capped out in every situation, they never really figured out how much healing was necessary. Like, they didn't really care that they had regen ticking away at me healing for nothing because I was at full health, right? Like, if you reach level 90 with a healer where you're not actually sure how much your healing does, then you might not be sure what to do. In the moment, it can be difficult to like go like, in the moment it can be difficult to know how much healing your spells do. But if you're in like Sastasha and you're actually trying to like use your healing efficiently or effectively, then you'll notice that Cure 1 heals for like 50% of the tank's health, or something like 40 or 50%. So if you're using Cure 1 every time the tank like gets scratched, then you're not going to be attacking at all, ever. But if you let the tank lose some HP first, then you can attack like 2/3 of the time or more. But the only way to do that is to actually look at the situation, look at how much your healing does. Like, actually think about what you're doing. But if you learned with a lot of passive healing in the mix, then it can be nearly impossible to actually understand how much healing you need to do. Like, if you're learning healing with a warrior, like your first dungeon as a healer is Sage level 70 in a dungeon where your tank is a warrior, every 20 seconds or so, the tank just goes full health, full health, full health. And you're sitting there like, if you've never played Warrior, you have no idea what's happening, right? Unless you ask or you looked it up. So you like, am I supposed to do something, or is this normal? And then you get a dungeon with a Dark Knight, and the Dark Knight doesn't even use TBN because they don't feel like it. So suddenly, no healing's coming. Like, it's difficult to learn to heal. So the reason why I recommend White Mage is because, as you have no passive healing in your toolkit, you have to learn what your buttons do. You can't just summon a pet and it kinda does like most of the work in a low-level dungeon. Thinking in my Final Fantasy XIV. That is also true, Jax. Out of combat region does a lot of work, so you don't have to like spam heal someone when the fight is over. Umia says, in Tamtara, I had to teach the tank how to tank. Well, there you go. I've had to teach a tank how to tank in Gimlet Dark. Well, what have we here? You look like you've seen a scrap or two. The name's Aether, and I'm a proud member of Clan Centurio, the toughest band of warriors this side of the steppes. You'll have heard of the Hunt, right? The grand companies run it in the rest of Eorzea, but up here is the clan's concern. We follow the same system, but we're free to pick our own marks. Reckon you've got the speed, the strength, and the heart, and the mystery or something, and the heart to take down some of the most ferocious fiends this side of the seventh hell. If you think you're up to the challenge, head downstairs and have a word with Aldolane. He'll fill you in on the details. Good morrow to you, young lady. How can I be of service? Oh, so you fancy trying your hand at the hunt, do you? Well, if Aether reckons you're up to it, it isn't for an old man like me to say elsewise. Me and him are members of Clan Centurio, a ragtag band of glory hunters, mercenaries, and has-beens brought together by Sir Liudeste, one of Ishgard's most noble of nobles. Whenever a monster grows too big for its boots, we're the ones who risk our necks to take it down. It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, as long as you can wield a weapon and you don't fear death, you'll always be welcome in the clan. Take me, for instance. I was born 1,000 miles from here, but now I'm the one showing the new recruits the ropes. So how about it, young lady? Will you be joining us in the hunt? If the fame and the glory is not enough for you, perhaps the rich rewards on offer might change your mind. Then welcome to the clan. What was your name again? Caetsu, is it? All right then, I'll put your name in the book. Now, I suppose you'll be wanting to take a look at some of our marks. Head up those stairs and out the door. The clan hunt board is on the wall outside. Round to the left, you'd better stick to the level 1 marks for the nonce. No point running before you can walk. Darkstream says, hello, just wanted to pitch in and thank you for the content you put out. Having started out only a few months ago, your helpful guides were a big boon to making me more comfortable with the jobs. Thank you so much, Darkstream. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. Examine. The clan hunt board is covered in bills showing the details of wanted monsters. Follow Aldolane's advice and pick any level 1 clan mark bill that takes your fancy. As a new member of Clan Centurio, you're permitted to take builds for level 1 clan marks from the clan hunt board. Defeat the monsters described on the bills and you'll be rewarded with Centurio seals, which can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange Centurio seals, or to learn more about the hunt, speak with Aldolane in the Forgotten Night. Hey! So, you're Caetsu, are you? I can see why that old rogue Aether signed you up. You've got the fire of a born hunter burning in your eyes. I'll wager those level 1 marks don't offer much of a challenge to a burly girl like you. Hey! You'll be wanting to spice things up a little, am I right? Then, what are you waiting for? Head down to Aldolane and tell him you're ready for more. Hey, G-Ray! Hello. Oh, so Stacia reckons you're ready to move on to bigger and better things, does she? If that girl had her way, we'd be throwing babes in the river to sort out the swimmers from the sinkers. Still, she might be onto something this time. Alright, I'll give you a chance, but level 2 marks ain't nothing to be sniffed at, understand? Let your guard down even for an instant and they'll hand your posterior to you on a platter. Take a look at the clan hunt board and you'll see what kind of beasts I'm talking about. Jax says, I have a quick question about Black Mage. Thundercloud procs isn't based on the dot time already on the enemy, right? It'll proc all the ticks possible. So, I might misunderstand the question, but let me just start with something a little different than the Thundercloud itself. So, all dots in Final Fantasy XIV, all dots with no exceptions, tick every 3 seconds. And for that reason, all dots have a duration that is always a multiple of 3. Now, as you mentioned yourself, there is a universal dot timer, which is like every 3 seconds, once a dot is on the target, it'll tick like every 3 or so seconds. And when I say or so, it's because the first tick might be 2.5 seconds in. But then it'll be every 3 seconds, right? And if you apply, like if multiple dots are applied to the target, they will all tick together. Now, the reason why all dots have a duration that is a multiple of 3 is because that means that if you have a dot that will always tick 10 times, then it'll last 30 seconds, and it doesn't matter when the first tick happens. If the first tick happens 2.5 seconds in, then the final tick will happen, 28.5 seconds in? You get the point. 29.5 seconds in, sorry. And it will always get 10 ticks. Now, the Thundercloud proc itself is directly tied to the ticks. Every time your dots tick, your Thunder ticks specifically, there's a 10% chance, as it says, that it will give you Thundercloud. You can only have one Thundercloud proc at a time. But the fact that it ticks every 3 seconds means that if you have like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 thunder dots out in the battle, you might actually go thunder, oh thundercloud, thunder, oh thundercloud, thunder, oh thundercloud, thunder, and just repeatedly send it around all over the place. But it will give you a chance to get a thundercloud proc every time you do it. I don't know if is that what you meant, Jax? That is true, Dusk Dream. The conversation that we had before about someone just spam healing was more the fact that they were casting heals if any HP was missing. Like, it wasn't about whether the healing was needed, it was I can see a health bar that is not full, so I will heal it. And like, they were kind of not actually thinking about what healing they were doing. They were applying a regen that wasn't needed and Medica 2s that weren't needed, simply to make sure it was closer to how a samurai would reapply its damage buffs. You'd think that regen gave everyone a DPS increase by how religiously this person was reapplying their hearts, is what I'm saying. That is okay, we beat the dungeon, it didn't take much longer than usual, but that was the reason. And Angel says, Kai having to learn transpose lines. I have learned transpose lines. In my original Black Mage guide, I went into the basics of transpose lines as well. G-Ray, you're thinking of Bane. But yeah, White Mage has a ridiculous amount of options for healing. I think I described it in at least my healer comparison. I think White Mage might have had that explanation. No, that was in my easy jobs to start playing, to start Savage raiding. I explained White Mage as it's very simple to learn healing with, because the entire toolkit of White Mage defensively is pretty much 10 different ways to heal a lot, which is great. The Clan Hunt board is covered in bills showing the details of wanted monsters. If you think you have what it takes, try testing your metal against the level 2 mark. Oh, okay, now I understand, Jax. Oh, Thundercloud itself has nothing, it does not care about the dot that is already present on the target. The way that Thundercloud works is that so if you apply Thunder 3 to a target, that does 50 potency outright, and then it will do 35 10 times. If you then get a Thundercloud proc, if you apply Thunder 3 with the Thundercloud proc, it will do 50 potency, apply the dot that does 35 potency 10 times, and then it will also say, well, 10 times 35 is 350, and just do an additional 350 potency to the target. So a Thundercloud proc, Thunder 3, does 400 potency and applies the dot, whereas a normal Thunder 3 just does 50 potency and applies the dot. It does not care about how long the dot is, how much dot there is left on the target. This is also the reason why, as you get to higher levels, Thundercloud procs become more of a, well, it is the most effective way to keep your dot rolling, and you want to keep your dot rolling, but generally you want to keep it as a movement option, or to reapply the dot as you level up. Fortunately, Thundercloud lasts longer than the dot itself, so if the dot just grants you Thundercloud at all, then you are safe. And like most of the time it will, because it's 10% chance and you have 10 chances, so you know, if you roll a 10-sided die 10 times, there's a pretty reasonable chance that you're gonna roll a 10 at least once. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, G-Ray. And enjoy your... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where... How do I get the higher level ones? Where's the rest? Where's the level 3 marks? Hey, Eska. Well, you know, as we saw on Discord, a bunch of people think that that FFXIV is fun. I think I know why it is in Idleshire. I don't know why, story-wise, that it is in Idleshire. But you'd need to like reach level 59 to get here. So on that note, it makes sense, right? Wait. That one? Yes. No, Eska. The thing is, as we looked over yesterday, Matthew sent a an opener, like an optimized opener that Blue Academy, which is like a pretty well-respected authority of a community on Blue Mage stuff. They've already figured out the optimal openers and rotations for Blue Mage now. At least one of the best. And they basically went, yeah, we know that FFXIV does more damage with this striking dummy rotation where you have to use Moonflute every minute instead of every other minute. But no real boss fight is going to let you stand still for 10 seconds like that consistently, so it's not good in practice. And the reason why it requires you to use Moonflute every minute is because you want to both have Phantom Flurry and Apocalypsis in your Moonflute. And because you can't do both, you need to do Moonflute more. Yeah, Apocalypsis is a blue mage spell from Amarot. If you remember the final boss of Amarot, the big many-faced thing, the laser that just destroys everything that is in front of it, where you have to like jump out to one of the edge cube square things, that's Apocalypsis, and it takes 10 seconds to cast, but it does a lot of damage over those 10 seconds, like it's very good. The problem is that you already have a channeled finisher in Phantom Flurry, and Apocalypsis shares cooldown with being mortal, which is Titania's, her intermission finisher. You know, the one where basically the screen just goes white and everything just explodes. And that one is, like, extremely good as well. So it's really difficult. That's why we had a long discussion about it. But as Matthew could find people that had spent more time than us, who had already figured out what the correct answer was. There's no reason to discuss, to argue anymore. But it was stemmed in the same argument that I was going with. 10 seconds to do that much potency is not bad if you can do nothing else because of the Moonflute thing. But you're not going to be allowed to stand there for 10 seconds. So you're the famous Caetsu, are you? The clan's all abuzz with talk of the brave young adventurer who's joined our ranks. But tell me, how is it a storied young lass like yours only approved to take on level 2 marks? Scared of getting that pretty face of yours scratched, are you? Yes, that's why I saved the world. Well, it's up to you, but if you've got the stomach for a new challenge, you go back to that inn and tell Adelaine and that Louise says he's holding you back. If he doesn't approve you for more advanced marks, he'll have me to deal with. Oh yeah? I think Umi is turning into a white mage. Like straight up just turning into a white mage. Oh, 1540 potency. That's like 5 glass. 5 glass 3s even. Yeah, so Jax, just to finish on that, if you're low level, like if you're in the level below, if you don't have Fire 4 yet level range, then you should use Thunderclouds immediately when you get them, because it's a huge damage gain, because your spells are kinda at that point. But at level 60, when you get Fire 4, Thundercloud procs become more like, use them if you have to start moving for a bit, like as an instant cast. Use them if you have to weave something, like a swift cast. But otherwise, just wait until you need it to reapply the dot. But that's why Black Mage has like a weird thing where they have multiple rotations based on level. Below level 60, Thundercloud procs are use immediately its damage gain. At level 60 and above, it becomes like more important to use it to just keep Thunder open, like, and running. And yeah, Sharpcast to force Thundercloud procs is not a bad idea. Because of the existence of transpose lines, it's not crucial whether your Sharpcast goes to Fire or Thunder, because you can do so many tricks with Firestarter. But I get how you feel about that, Eska. I get that. Oh, so you've met Y Louise, then, have you? Well, if she says you're ready for level 3 marks, it ain't worth arguing. Just make sure you're well prepared before you go after one of these beasts. They're more dangerous than anything you've hunted so far. The rewards are bigger too, provided you make it back in one piece. Hit road, go and have a gander at the clan hunt board. So long as you understand the risks, I'll let you pick any level 3 mark that takes your fancy. My favorite healer is also Sage. I typically play the other healers in situations where there's less. Well, I would typically pick Sage as like my main choice. The clan hunt boards is covered. Right, the level 3 thing. Oh, there's Matthew. Now, if only I had the party other player animations on, but that is FFXIV. I'll turn it on so that if you do it again, I'll be able to see it. Sorry. Well, reapplying Thunder 3 without Thundercloud is not a huge damage loss. You have to do it. But it's more that... So basically, the reason why you're applying Thunder 3 is because it's going to give you Thundercloud. If you use Sharpcast on Thunder 3, then you've guaranteed the Thundercloud proc. Now you no longer need to rely on randomness. But you're applying Thunder 3 in the first place because using Thunder 3 again with the literal damage numbers, potencies, right? Potencies. Whether it's a 12k damage loss or a 500 literal damage loss depends on your item level and your level. But using Thunder 3 with Thundercloud is 750 potency. Using it without Thundercloud is 400 potency. Well, Kaetsu, I've got some good news for you. I've had word from Sir Liaudesti, the master of Clan Centurio. Seems he's been keeping half an eye on your progress. You've killed nothing, and he reckons you're just about ready to spread your wings as a fully fledged elite mark. And that was FFXIV. Sir Liaudesti was born into a noble family, but he left all that behind to head out hunting, tracking down the fiercest foes and destroying them for the good of the realm. Folk call him the original hunter scholar. Being recognized by a fellow like that ain't nothing to be sniffed at. Don't be letting it get to your head though. These elite marks are on a whole nother level to all you've hunted before, and charging in willy-nilly is a sure way to meet your maker. We give them ranks based on how deadly they are, just like the grand companies do. You'll find the builds for these elite marks up on the clan hunt board alongside the others. You're free to take whichever build you choose, but make sure you know what you're doing before you head out hunting. Every one of these beasts is a nightmare incarnate. Isn't there only one? But anyway, Eska, the thing is, you want to make sure Thunder's always on your target. Absolutely. However, whether you use Sharpcast on Fire, so Paradox, or Thunder 3, yes, there is an extremely small damage difference between which one you do it on, and typically Thunder's better. But if you're sitting on Sharpcast to make sure that Sharpcast always goes out to Thunder, it's going to mess with your rotation, because sometimes Thunder needs to be reapplied before or after you cast Fire. Like if you cast Fire 3, like to switch, like you're doing a cold Fire 3 to switch into Fire state, and that is your one opportunity to cast Sharpcast, because that's the weaving window. Then you cast Fire 4 a bunch of times. Then you have to reapply Thunder now, otherwise Sharpcast goes to Fire, right? Like, that is how it's going to be. So you have to do it like that. Which is why people sat down, like Black Mage mains that are bigger brains than me on Black Mage, like ultra mega galaxy brain people, those that made those came up with all of the transpose lines, went, well, if we write out every single combination and every situation, then we can come to the conclusion that actually whether you get Firestarter or Thundercloud doesn't really matter, because the damage gained from your potential transpose lines and shenanigans with Firestarter is great. Like, you have enormous capacity to make like really cool tricks that give you damage differently. And Thundercloud is actually more likely to come naturally than Firestarter, because Firestarter comes like 2 out of 5 Paradox casts, whereas Thunder 3 on average comes once per Thunder cast. It's just sometimes you're unlucky. Like 10% chance, 10 ticks. On average, it's guaranteed, right? On average, it's guaranteed if you let it tick out fully. Which is pretty good. Matthew says, does anyone know if getting Susano to 0 HP in phase 1 kills him or just forces a giant sword phase? Can you get him to 0 HP in phase 1? I have a video where I looked into whether you can solo Final Fantasy XIV or play it alone. And Susano was the deal breaker. You cannot solo Susano. At least not with a regular job. If Blue Mage can one-shot Susano from like about 50% HP, if you can do that, then we might be able to know, because I know that at around 50% to 40-ish%, somewhere in that range, he will randomly instantly cancel the current thing he's doing. It doesn't even matter if he's in the middle of a mechanic. He'll just stop and do the sword thing. I mean, I don't know. You could try it. That would be interesting information. The clan hunt board is covered in bills showing the details of wanted monsters. As a fully fledged member of the clan Centurio, elite mark bills are now yours for the taking. And 50% echo. You're not permitted to take bills for elite clan marks from the clan hunt board. Oh, right, that. Defeat rank S, rank A, and some rank B elite marks, and you will be rewarded with Centurio seals. These seals can be exchanged for exclusive items. Tracy asks, are you forming a small hunt train? No. We're unlocking clan hunt marks because they give good XP. But to unlock the Stormblood ones, we need to, I think, fully unlock the Heavensward ones. So that's what we were doing. Oh, you weren't lucky. Did you make sure to use basic instincts, Matthew? Also, if you can, make sure to use the, like, if it's survivable with it, make sure to use the DPS mimic. That would heavily, like, highly increase your chances. It's not even close. Oh, okay. You there. Aye, you. You look to be a strong one. I'm Esrild of Clan Centurio. Tell me, have you any interest in joining the hunt? Just a moment. You are a newly made member of the Clan Centurio, are you not? Caetsu, was it? Aye, I knew it. I've heard your name from good Ardalane. To hear him tell it, you're quite the hunter. You've hunted nothing. But if there's truth to if there is truth to that, then tell me, why are you yet but a fledgling huntswoman? Mayhap you've made an ill name for yourself? No reverence for our authority? Trouble getting on with others? No matter. The hunt will solve all your worries and woes, kill your quarry and redeem your reputation. There is no need for fanciful or flowery explanations. Simply hunt, 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 and hunt some more. The more monsters that die by your hand, the more the clan will hold you in high esteem. Heed the call and prove yourself. Ah, just talking of the hunt sets my blood to surging. No doubt you care too to know more, for how could you not? Go and see. I think there's a consonant missing here. W, L. Vleva, outside the Shiokase hostelry. She will tell you all you need to know. Off with you then. You're wearing a a Maelstrom, like Admiral's chest piece, are you not? Estrel sent you, did she? So you are the one of our clan named Caetsu. Well met, sister. I'm Vleva, and like Estrel, I'm a veteran member of Clan Centurio. The clan hunt board here in Kogane is under my keeping. I confess, I'm shocked to hear an adventurer who has made such a name for herself as you has yet to rise in our ranks. What evils have you done to stay your climb? Oh, I'm in the wrong, am I? Well, this much I know to be right. For savage such as yourself to languish in our lowest ranks is a waste not often seen in Clan Centurio. And so by the power vested in me by Clan Centurio, I grant you the right to undertake 1-star veteran clan mark builds. See them done in number, and one day, you, too, will find yourself among the Centurio elite. Oh boy. Heed this advice, do not mock the single star. The strength and ferocity of your prey will be far greater than others you have known before. Hunt bold, but hunt wary. Oh boy. Oh, they are also in Ralgo's reach. Nice. We're unlocking these and then we're doing those, I think. And then we'll look into beast tribes, if necessary. Gods be good. It is not every day I see one as strong as you pass by. I'm Estrild of Clan Centurio. Are you? And I invite you to take part on our hunt. Ah, but I know your face. Aye, you're the Firebrand, the one whose ways have kept her from rising through our ranks. Caetsu, was it not? It has been some while since last we met. Your eyes have changed, and that for the better. I'd venture you've had your share of graces with death since then. No. Aye, the 1-star builds are no longer fit for you. Go and speak with Vleva. Vleva? See if the clan will not issue you builds more suited to one of your abilities, for as the hunter grows, so too must the hunt. A hunter must hunt. Go well, friend. You must be Caetsu. Estrel told me to expect you. She mentioned it was time you tried your hand at a 2nd star. It would seem she's taken quite a liking to you, and rightly so. Estrel has always fawned on strong women. I suppose there's no faulting her for that. So be it. I will see to it our 2 stars are at your disposal, but you would do well to know the difficulty will be far greater than 1-star hunts you've seen. Prepare yourself. Ba-dum-bum. Oh, I think I have to use my Dragoon to do the next bit. Well, if it isn't our good Caetsu, come closer. Let me see for myself how far you've come since we last met. Let me take 1 step closer to you. Just as I expected, you look a deal stronger than before. The hunt has been good to you, and you to it, I hope. The time has come for you to set out on even more dangerous hunts. The 3 stars await you. Go and speak with Vleva once more. May the gods see fit to see you back alive. Is Vleva going to hurt me? Take care on the hunt, lest you become the hunted. A hunter must hunt. So Estrel tells me you're ready for our 3-star hunts. You should know, to suggest such a thing is a great show of confidence in your ability. Very well, I will trust her in this. Our 3-star mark builds are yours to undertake. But know that no words of warning will suffice. The monsters you hunt are no normal beasts. They're hellish, unrelenting. You must know well what both you and they are capable of before you face them. It's just normal mobs. Jax asks, can coils be done with randoms? Technically, yes. But if you queue for it, it will never pop. Because the coils... wait, have I unlocked something out of that? The Binding Coils of Bahamut is not in any roulette whatsoever. Because they're considered more difficult than normal raids. They're somewhere near Savage. Typically, people will do them unsynced. Some of the fights might be nearly impossible to solo, but hey, if you just want the story, go for it. So good to see you, Caetsu. This news I've been waiting to share with you. It is the damnable Vleva. She had the gall to chastise me for inviting passers-by to join Clan Centurio. All I ever sought was to bring the thrill of the hunt to all who cared to know it. I grant you, no soul save you that I recruited has ever reported back from their outings. We assume them all fallen, but such is the nature of the hunt. I've neither time nor patience for the weak. Let the hunt quill them from our ranks. I say, if 100 must die for Clan Centurio to find one such as you, so be it. I knew you to be of great ability, but never did I suspect you would climb so high. You've done good by me, and made me proud to call you sister. From this day forth, I recognize you as one of Clan Centurio's most accomplished hunters. With that, you have the clan's leave to hunt the Far East's most fearsome quarry. I ask that you require no long-winded explanation, having already faced such beasts in Ishgard. Still, for the sake of ceremony, go and speak with Vleva. She's just sending people out to die. Go well, Caetsu, and don't go dying on me now. The true fun has only just begun. She's insane. Which one is second coil turn 3? Hail, Caetsu. I have had word from Estril. It seems she has vouched for your promotion to Clan Centurio's elite. Agree, you have proven yourself. There is nary a soul in the clan who doubts your ability. After doing nothing, be welcome to our highest rank, sister. We wish you good fortune on your future hunts, and you will need it, for now you hunt the fiercest prey the Far East has to offer. On these hunts, we grade our quarry according to its strength. The higher the grade, the greater the bounty, but, of course, so too the greater the danger. Never has Israel thought so highly of one of her recruits. You have come far. So far, any further words of warning may be meaningless, but I will give them all the same. Now, more than ever, do not underestimate yourself. The Robo Tree. Oh, right. Okay, so the Robo Tree, if you can kill it really fast, and let me just put it like this, you almost could in Shadowbringers. If you can kill it fast enough unsynced, then you might be able to deal with it. There is a way to cheese the mechanic. I'm not sure how to do it. But the mechanic, the way it works, is that the Robo Tree will mark 2 players in the raid. One of them will need to stack with 1 person, and the other player will need to stack with 2 players. Now, the thing is, the way that it works is that it snares the player and then puts a circle where they're standing. If you use a movement ability at the exact right time, you can actually make it so that you're not in the circle, but you're still snared. I believe that's how you do it. And if you're not in the circle, you will not die when it resolves. It's really weird, but it is possible to solo it. But nowadays, I'm pretty sure you can solo it just with overwhelming force. Especially with Blue Mage. Blue Mage could one-shot Shiva Extreme back in Shadowbringers. They can probably one-shot the tree now. Right. We have access to the marks, so we grab the marks. I don't think we need this one, but I'll just grab it in case we happen to come by it. That's fair, Ymir. It's not. I'm not saying that it is easy to solo it. I'm just saying that it might be possible that you can solo it. Like, I needed help from someone as well when I soloed it when I tried to solo it the first time. Well, I think, Lemon, I'm pretty sure some jobs might... Well, some jobs are almost capable of doing it now at level 90. Blue Mage had to do it at level 70. A Phober. Almost on Gunbreaker. Yeah, that is the thing, is that you need to use a DPS job. I would suggest, like, Samurai might be able to do it, especially because you can, like, there's mobs before the boss. You can, like, build up your 3 Zens, go up to the boss and do Midare, Zeni, and Kaishi Midare, and that might be enough. Samurai 63. Well, yeah, that would be a problem then. Just hanging out, and suddenly it's raining Lalafels. I picked up all of them, Emir. So you just click accept and it'll give you all 5 of each of them. So you just have to grab the 1 star, the 2 star, the 3 star, and the elite mark, and then you're good. Right, we didn't unlock flying here. We're on the hunt. On the hunt again. Wait, there's 2 things. Where are these? Oh, they're here. We need a bear. We need a bear. At least 1 bear. I suppose we didn't get the same marks then. I've never actually done these hunt marks alongside someone else, so I don't even know if you get the same marks. Is that everything we have in the fringes? Is those 2? Wait, there's more. Oh boy, that's going to be hard on a level 64. Wait, that? Huh. We have a lot in the fringes. In the fringes. We could also queue for dungeons. Now that we actually have gone through the prep work that we needed to. Where's the Phobos? They were in this area. Where do we have? Isn't that? Oh yeah, those are what? Why are they that? Why are they on? Why are they on this? Level 60? Really? All right. I had to. So I had the mount music turned off in Shadowbringers because I was tired of, like, whenever I was like flying around zones, I had to always like, it felt like if you're doing anything in the world, then you repeatedly have like zone music, mount music, zone music, mount music over and over again, and it gets a little jarring. Which has this effect that whenever people bring up, oh yeah, this new mount has this song, I'm like, oh right, mounts have unique music playing. Oh, I don't want to fight you. Leave me alone. No! Get away! Thank you. I also remembered we had gear. We'll have to look at that a bit later. Okay, enjoy, Tracy. We found 2 fourballs and 2 spinners. That's the third one. If I remember correctly, when I turned off mount music, I used exclusively the 4-seater mount, the Final Fantasy XV mount. Nothing wrong with the music, it was just, you know, if you only use one mount, then it means that all zones sound like that. That is also a little bit of a problem when you're using like a Chocobo mount, is that everything just sounds like Chocobo theme. Here you are. Fauper. Wait, 2 of them? How did it pull the other one? That is an awkward time to crit. Nailed it. Not even close. Is that everything? Right, there was the Kalyana ones. So the trick there is, so the Kalyana was up there. So we teleport to Peering Stones. Take your time, Mimir. Enjoy. Then we use Dragoon to be able to traverse the mobs safely. And then when we see our target, we switch back to Black Mage such that the correct job gets the experience. I'm pretty sure it's up there. But if I remember correctly, there's also this weird thing where there's like a really specific entrance. Like it might be there. Is that right? I think so. It's very strange. Yeah, that is an advantage, is that like if I can kill the Kalyana with my Black Mage, then that's all I need. I just need to find a safe spot to pull them from. But else I can be a level 90 for all the fighting in between. But they have a level advantage, so I'm going to have a chance to miss, so that is also worth being concerned about. See, there's one. Do we just need one? Or do we need more than one? Let's see, we go here. Switch. 2 of them. Alright. Let's see if I can find a position where I can attack it from. What? That was weird. Because like the game sort of was willing to accept I was sort of maybe in range, but not really. Or in a position where I could see it, I should say. Uh-oh. That was an awkward time to miss. Is there another? What did it look like? Did it have a sword? There it is. I wonder what it'll do if I pull it from up here. Oh. Yeah, I sort of should have expected that, I guess. Just took the long way around and then like leashed itself. There's a fun experience of open world mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV you don't see a lot of because there isn't very much to do in open world areas normally. Wasn't this? Oh, that's in the peaks. Okay. I might want to wait, are we in a safe place? Oh. There you go. That also looks very nice. Oh, we don't have a hat to go with it? That's pretty funny. We specifically don't have a hat. And that works. We do that. Better robe. Better robe. Higher level robe. Yeah, exactly, Lemon. It's the Chocobo music is a classic, but if it's the only song you end up hearing because everything is Chocobo theme, then it becomes you get enough of it, right? Like you get enough of it. And I think that's like it's the same with the battle music. Is that if you're fighting a lot in the open world, what happens is that you fight something, get like, I don't know, 15 seconds of combat music, and then it switches back to the zone music, and then you like fly for 30 seconds, and then you fight something for 15 seconds. Like it becomes a little much. That is the weirdest transpose line you'll ever see. Transpose, run for a bit, transpose Fire 3. We have some Ruby Sea stuff. We have some stuff in Yangsha and some Asim Step stuff. Then we have that in the peaks. Is that all we have in the peaks? Yep. So that is, yeah, that's there. So we teleport to here. And then we switch to Dragoon, and then we go there, and then we find it, and then we kill it as a Black Mage. Hopefully. The musical burnout. Yeah. Speaking of musical burnout, it's actually pretty funny. I remember that, so back when Endwalker was completely new, most players really loved the music that played in Ultima Thule, you know, Close in the Distance. But it took like a week or something, and then people were like, okay, it's a bit much now. Because there was stuff to do in Ultima Thule, in Ultima Thule, like waiting for a specific like mark to spawn. And because it was the only thing they were listening to, it became a little much, which is pretty funny. That is like a pretty good example of a musical burnout, right? Exactly, like waiting 5 minutes, and then another 5 minutes, and then another 5 minutes. I also still love it, Tracy. I think it's a great song. That is also why I was so excited when Cradle of Hope is basically like a different version of it that works a little better in the background of a video where someone is talking a lot. Because it wouldn't work very well if there was like music with lyrics in the background of every single one of my guys, now would it? Nice. Was it just one? No, it's just one. Excellent. Huh? What's happening here? Right, we had something in the logs. That would be the most efficient to do next. Was it just one? Alright, the Salt Druvas. I believe though, aren't those the ones that... I believe they teach a spell for blue mages. But this is also an interesting time to talk about. So, in my leveling guide, I'm pretty sure I say this, but like, there's nothing preventing you from doing clan hunts that are way above what level you're supposed to be doing. Like me doing a level 68 mob as a level 64 by just using my cooldowns. There's nothing preventing me from trying to do like a level 71 Shadowbringers clan mark. Aside from the fact that I might not have the gear, you know, since that mob is going to be balanced around like item level 400 stuff. Hey, there they are. 3 of them, right? Yes. I'm just preemptively putting down the ley lines because the fight is probably not going to be 30 seconds anyway. Oh right, they teach Ethereal Spark. Anyone using Ethereal Spark on their blue mages? Hmm. Hmm. It's funny because Ethereal Spark seems incredibly good, like when you get it, potentially depending on how many spells you actually have. Because it's like, oh, AoE Song of Torment, excellent, I love Song of Torment. And then you realize any situation where you would want to use an AoE Song of Torment is a situation where you could, I mean, you could use an AoE spell instead, which is often better, like an actual AoE attack that does upfront damage. Wait a minute, did I not apply Thunder to this? Or did it miss? There you go. Is that everything on this side? Ruby C. Ruby C. Yongshan, Asim Step. Okay, so Ruby C next. Right. Wait, yeah. It's free. It's just double up. I don't know why they are like that. Wait, does that mean they're like there? They're out of the sea. As you can see. But I think we can fly here. I believe they're in one of those, like, isles. I think so, at least. I can't remember. Normally, when I did these, like, hunt marks like this back at the start of Endwalker, for instance, or even in Shadowbringers at some point, I used, like, a website to just lay out a map for me, so I didn't have to look. Because, like, at some point, it switches from being a matter of finding the mob to what's the shortest path to find all of the mobs. Let me just switch to Dragoon so that I can get in and look. Is the mob I'm looking for here? Wait. Oh, that's just a random, I guess, B rank? So maybe over there. Maybe it's in here. It's really random there's these, like, pockets like this. Or maybe not here then? No. Okay then. Then I suppose they're up there, and I didn't bother checking. Anyone know where there's a sea serpent? Any sea serpent knowers? Sea serpent watchers? Oh, this is pretty. Next to Onokoro? Is that where it is? It says that it is in Rasen Kaikyo. But I suppose Rasen Kaikyo is like 80% of the zone. Hey Kitsune Echo, how are you doing? Well, I'll check next to Onokoro, Gilano. Is that is also where the level 65 Dragoon quest is happening, isn't it? Is that? Oh look, another hunt mark. Oh, thank you, Gilano. I have an agent in the field finding the mobs for me. Thank you so much. That's incredible and incredibly funny. Thank you so much. Lemon says streamer perks, having field agents to help find hunts. Yeah, that sounds about right. I really appreciate it. Like both the help and also that you bother to like come over here to help me in the first place. Oh, that's why it takes. Now I understand, Matthew. Are you testing the Susano thing? Hmm. Right. Okay. That is a little easier. I just want to just to be fair, right? I'm just saying, East Otherd coastline, Isle of Zeki, Rasin Kaikyo, all of this. Like, are you for real when the game goes, oh yeah, it's here. It's like, it's somewhere. You'll find it. It's easy. It's pretty funny how the hunt marks are like that sometimes. Like, oh yeah, it's somewhere in this particular region, and then it turns out this region is like, you know, 80% of the zone. Like when it says Azenkaikyo, it might as well have said it's in the Ruby Sea. Good luck. But it does, like, if you're not looking up where the mobs are, it does put a lot of challenge on you to, like, can you remember where you found them? Oh yeah, you have to wait for the debuff to drop. It sure is here. You're on the right map. It's somewhere here. How many did we need? 2. Why is this music so suspenseful? That's one striped manta ray. Ah. Oh, there's another one. Well, that would be very interesting. I suppose that, like, it's better than nothing to know about, Matthew. Like, I think it's interesting because, as I said, if you, like, let's say that tomorrow you logged into Final Fantasy XIV and suddenly there was no one else playing, but two striped manta rays. Oh, wait, there's there's a bat emoji. That's excellent. What was I saying? Right, if you logged in tomorrow and suddenly there was no one else playing, would you actually be able to clear the game? Like, would you be able to win, like, complete the game? That was the original, like, question posed. Because of duty support, you can actually get pretty far in the game. Then there's the Crystal Tower. But with the gear you might feasibly have access to, potentially, you can beat most of A Realm Reborn. Do retainers allow you to get materials for gear? Sort of. I wonder if they can actually access materials that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access normally. I'm pretty sure you can only send them to gather materials that you already have gathered. And the random stuff that you might acquire tends to not be those kinds of materials, I'm pretty sure. But as I was told when we had the incredible discovery of beating the Black Eft on stream, the people that specialize in soloing stuff in Final Fantasy XIV just for the fun of it have found, like, the best gear available before you complete the like, before you even reach the credits. And that's so good gear that you would be able to like have maxed out, like, you're actually getting downscaled, but your gear's as good as it could possibly be, at least almost. Like, we're talking 1 or 2 points maybe that you're losing, which is a lot better than you'd think, I'm sure. Decent from adventures that drop gear? Maybe? But what I was referring to was more the fact that, let's say you, with a blue mage, in full best in slot gear for that specific occasion, you know, full maxed out crit and everything, at level 80, possibly with spells you wouldn't have access to by the point you reach Susano. Can you solo it? That is still better than, you know, what I came up with, which was no, you can't. Like, if Blue Mage can solo it at all, that is actually way better than the flat nope that I came up with for any normal job. So that's why I think it would be interesting. However, you know, it's all in good fun. I imagine that it might not be fun for you to sit through that debuff timer too many times. But it is interesting to know. Like, for example, for those players that enjoy soloing content like that, it is a lot more, it's like a morale boost to know that there is at least the possibility of beating it. Oh right, we forgot to do this when we were in the peaks. Oh well. Asim's Step. Yeah, those are up there, these are up there. Everything's far away, that is wonderful. And we don't have flying here either, so Hmm. But it makes it a lot harder as well if you need to build up Echo to even have a chance of doing it. Because that means you have to go in and die multiple times to the fight to build that up, right? Compared to Shiva Extreme, where I believe if you miss it, you can just jump out and in again. Like, you can just go into the trial again, and you can try from the beginning. Like, if you miss the critical direct hit. Ah! Matane! Hmm. There they are. How many do we need? 2. 2 Mushu. Oh, that's Gilano. Mata Nene! Exactly. Con Nene! Mata Nene! Yamete kudasai! Please stop! I believe that's what it translates to. I'll just do this, if there's just one left, and then I was thinking maybe do some roulettes. So if there's any of you that want to join for some roulettes, come to Alpha Light, join me for them. Need 3 of these, right? Apparently I cannot open this menu while I'm casting. Ow. Yeah, I suppose this is wall-to-wall pulling, Gilano. Dink. There we go. It's a wall enemy. Right, and we didn't even get a level from that. Wait. Another hunt target? It's a big boy. Right, I was thinking... Oh, there's Gilano. I hate it when my wall chooses violence and tries to beat the living out of me. Hey, I Flores. You can join if you want. Delano can also join if you want to. It's optional. It's just now that you're here. What are your character names, iFlores? And are you in Alpha Lights? Have you come to Alpha Lights? Gilano says, during Stormblood hunt trains, there was a tradition to pet Zoom before engaging. And apparently Angel already has it. I see, iFlores. Then maybe we take that when you're online. Does anyone want to join for leveling roulette now? But it is a big good boy. A big salamandery good boy. Why would you be too low level to join for leveling roulettes? Leveling roulette requires level 16 and access to the first 2 dungeons in the game. A lot of healers today, it sounds like. Did my little story about a white mage earlier inspire you? Is that what happened? If no one wants to join for leveling roulette, I suppose it's just me and Gelano, assuming Gelano wants to join. You don't have to play like a master, Kitsuneko, we're just having fun. So it's not, can I get 3 master gamers to join me for a leveling roulette? It's, are there 3 of you guys or girls that want to play? Like, do you want to play? Do you want to join me? There's no skill requirement to join. It will lock some maps. Don't care. That's how leveling roulette is. If like, look at it this way. If we have 4 players in the party, then I can use this limited leveling roulette option. And that means that we're going to get dungeons within like 8 levels of the lowest level player, if you have a level 30 job, then that still removes like Sastasha Tamtara, Copperbell Mines, and Halatali from the pool, which, you know, removes something in the other end. So it doesn't matter. I don't care. I just want to play a game. And if you want to join me and play a game with me, then we can play a game together. But I'm getting the impression that Lemon wants to level their Conjurer. I don't know about Angel. Hey Lanak, do you want to join for leveling roulette? I think I might have Lanak on friends. I do. There you go. So do you want to come? Do you want to come along, Kitsune Echo? You're on your slow way. In that case, I will be right back, real quick, and then hopefully you're ready. Blade. Yeah. Speaking of Blade, it might be really difficult to find as much interest in doing that, since now with the new relic weapons, people are mainly interested in doing it for just the clear, or maybe, I don't know, mounts. And Lanak's here. Blade. Blade is fun. Yeah, the reason why we haven't done more of that is like a combination of finding a time where everyone can, and also like interest in doing it. Oh, my portrait, right. Oh, Aurum Vale, excellent. Which can be difficult to find a time where everyone can do it, and then also a time we can plan ahead for. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh boy. The funny thing happened is, like, earlier today I also did leveling roulette, and I actually got Aurum Vale for that as well. So there you go. Right, so this is the second time I'm doing Aurum Vale today. Happy Aurum Vale day. Yeah, sounds like it, doesn't it? I wish you a very happy Aurum Vale. Fruit! Oh no, I hope I didn't take the one that you wanted. Sorry. It looks like it was exactly the one you wanted. Welcome back, Emir. We ran out of clan hunt targets. And then we found Zoom in the Asim Steppe and hung out with it for a bit. Do I see Blade? You did indeed see Blade. Yeah, I normally do that too, Angel, but as I don't play Black Mage that much, like, all the time, I don't actually get to play Black Mage very much in Aurum Vale, so I was like, I looked, where is there, where is a fruit within a walkable distance for a Black Mage? And I'm like, oh, I have a fire starter proc, excellent, exactly enough time to walk over to the one next to Gelano. And then I didn't realize how far Gelano had to run. Yeah. Imagine having flare. Oh yeah, the Aurum Vale solo. Actually, that was quite funny when I was doing it on my main earlier. In the leveling roulette, I was actually a little bit confused doing it because I was like, all right, how do I actually go about doing this with other players to share the fruits with and stuff? Because it was so, like, it has been a while since I tanked Aurum Vale, let's just say that. Three fire starter procs. 4 fire starter procs. 5 fire starter procs. Okay. That's pretty good. What do you think? Another one. Ah! Another one. And another one. And another one. That's incredible. Was like 12 fire starter procs in one fight. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh no. They're targeting me. Oh. Oh. Okay. Fire starter main. Those veil wasps are weird. Exactly, Angel. It's really weird. Like, this is actually it's not like super common, but it's pretty funny how there's some mobs in regular dungeons that have like leashes, so they can just run back. I don't know if it's still a thing, but it used to be a thing in Copperbell Mines as well. Imia asks a full pre-made or randos. So Lanak is they sometimes come into the stream. They watched rewind replay streams at least since Stormblood. And Kitsuneka was here as well. So this is actually a full pre-made. I can't even see if there's anything I can hit. Uh-oh. The hidden seedlings. Nah. Nah. You're a mid-solo instance? Do you mean the solo duty stuff that I've been? Right. Oh yeah, because there's a bunch of those really early on a character. Am I hitting anything? Angel says, have you ever healed your tank and cleansed them off the bad breath debuff fiesta? Well, actually, you'll find the interesting little detail that I managed in my solo run of Aurum Vale on stream. I managed to get hit by the bad breath and cleanse the debuff fiesta off myself while soloing it as a healer. I can't remember if you were there on that stream, but I did it solo without dying somehow. Like, before I got hit by it, like way before, I was like, if I get hit by the bad breath, it's an instant loss scenario. Then I got hit by the breath and somehow lived. Somehow. But yeah, usually I would, like, if anyone gets hit by the bad breath, if I'm the healer, I will usually use Asuna enough times that they are not, like, affected by any particularly brutal debuffs. Like, on the list. Like, if you're lucky, you might be able to just get the worst debuffs very quickly. And then you can let the rest of them take out. Like if it's a melee DPS, you can survive a paralysis like that. That's okay. But if you're pacified or something, that won't fly. I don't have mana for single target for AoE, so you'll have the honors of doing that. Oh, I just realized I have 3 stacks. Many procs. Hey! That level 65? Yes. Do we have gear for that? Apparently we do. We have shoes! Apparently those shoes as well. We got more shoes. And we're doing trial roulette next, if anyone wants to come along. Angel says the tank did pull everything from after the boss to the big room, so was mashing heals and Asuna and making sure it doesn't. Oh, you mean like bad breath from the regular mob marbles? That's painful as well. Oh, everyone's good. I will just give it a moment in case anyone wants to come along from the chat. We can wait for them as well. That gives me time to like switch the lights. Well, that's the important thing, Angel. Like, as long as you're having fun with it, then nothing else is important, right? Matthew says, I got the direct crit, but I didn't have Moonflute. Wait, what? Like, you forgot to use Moonflute? That sucks. that really sucks. But yeah, the one-shot setup for Blue Mage is really, really weird. Because the way that you go about it is like if you want to do the biggest single hit you can do, obviously with Blue Mage it's going to involve Final Sting, and Whistle, and Moonflute, and Off Guard, because that's like, so that's the biggest single potency attack you have. Add 80% to the potency, add 50% to that potency, add 5% to that potency. But then there's also this spell in the Blue Mage arsenal called Condensed Libra, which I believe it increases the damage taken by the target by 5% from, like, with 3 different options. Either it's going to boost physical damage taken which is what you want in this case, because Final Sting is physical. Or it's going to boost, like, ice and wind and earth or something like that. Or it's going to boost, like, the other elements. Like, it's going to boost 3 elements in 2 packages. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that you get the one that you want. The way that Condensed Libra was relevant originally was, like, I believe when Blue Mage capped at level 60, Condensed Libra was relevant in the way that Blue Mages had enough spell slots that, like, to spare, that you could bring, like, Sharpened Knife as the physical option, and then, like, a wind option, and I don't know, like an ice option, like 3 spells, just so that you could land specifically the one that Condensed Libra landed on. And then I believe either the tank or a healer just used Condensed Libra, like kept that up. But nowadays, Condensed Libra isn't relevant because you rarely have the time to act, like you don't have the spell slots to cover any option. You just have the one, you have Sonic Boom, and that's it. And the Blue Mage that uses Condensed Libra, like, if Condensed Libra doesn't land on the one that boosts Sonic Boom, then the spell is wasted, and then it would have been better. Even if it was the tank, if the tank used, like, Goblin Punch at this point. Like, it was a lot more valuable to use Condensed Libra back then, because the power level of a tank Blue Mage, or even a healer Blue Mage, was so much lower. But now, the best way to one-shot something is, like, it still includes Condensed Libra, which means that if you want to one-shot Susano, as Matthew said, need to like, go in and get 50% echo to, like, maximize damage, then you need to push Susano as close to dead as possible without triggering the intermission, and you also have to do it early enough that the intermission doesn't happen naturally. And then you had to use Condensed Libra until you roll physical, use Whistle, Off Guard, Moonflute, Final Sting, and then it has to be a critical direct hit. And even if you have the DPS mode on, I think the crit is going to have, like, around 50% chance of happening, and the direct hit might have, like, 60 or 70% chance of happening. But then you combine them, and then it's, like, 30%, like 1 in 3. So you do everything perfectly, there's a 1 in 3 chance that it even happens. So I understand if Matthew loses motivation to make the magic happen, but if you get it to happen, then I would love to see it, that's for certain. Right. Trial time. This is nice. Kitsuneko, wait, Lemon says, I got myself a new monitor and I still can't get over the fact that I always thought shift was a little diamond, but it's an arrow. An arrow for shift, yeah, exactly. It is actually a good point that you might easily mistake it for a diamond, and I can see how you would do that. I have seen people like ask specifically in like comments, like, what is the modifier for the diamond thing on your hotbars? So like I know exactly what you're talking about. But I can see it. I think I also thought it was a diamond at some point and was like, why is it a diamond? It should be an arrow, shouldn't it? Like, it's so close. Don't you just love Titan and him coming back and forward and back and forward and back? And then put one foot forward. Yeah, exactly. That's what he does when he actually decides to stay near the end. And then go forward and back, everyone, and then put one foot forward. Bum 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 bum. Titan was Cruise Chaser all along. I'm a proc mage, not a black mage. Ow. Titan. For the longest time, I thought what they were saying there was just nonsense. They're actually saying bow down over Dweller. It's just too fast. Titan. Uh-oh, I'm going to get hit. Apparently not. Ooh. The landslides. Yeah, we do have limit break. I also realized that I don't even have limit break on my bars. I should rectify that. There we go. Soren floppy hats. Kitsuneko says, someone is playing Green Day in Limsa. Please help me before I get nostalgia feelings. Well, that's exactly the reason why whenever I zone into one of the major cities, you see me, or like you might see me like swing around the camera a lot, is because for the sake of the bards playing, you know, music that doesn't have copyright, I don't mind it playing. But when you zone in and someone is literally playing a perfect rendition of Dragon Forces Through the Fire and Flames, then I'm a bit like, maybe I don't want there to be like a little claim saying that I played a remix of that. I don't need that, so I just run away and swing it around the camera because maybe the varying sound, like audio levels, messes with it. And all the random noises. So I get it. Your first mistake was being in Limsa. Oh, we could do 50, 60, 70, 80. It's the thing is, with that little fun fact, when you unlock the performance skill itself, you actually have to like accept like a terms of agreement saying that you won't play like music owned by, you know, other artists like that, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think anyone's ever been punished for doing it. And I'm also pretty sure that the reason why they do that is because then if an artist gets mad about it, then Square Enix has at least covered their backs, right? Which I think is fair. That is a big pull. I hope you're ready to know when it all catches up. Oh boy. I used Swiftcast on the wrong thing because I forgot that I actually had Flare at this level. Nice! Nice Super Polite and everything. Incredible. I typically do that first bit in 2 pulls because a lot of healers are simply not ready for it. So like if I get a random healer, I wouldn't do it. Unless they're basically like showing me that they want me to pull more. Because otherwise it's probably not going to go well. That was great. Like there's a big difference between like pulling a little more than like 1 pack at a time and like complete wall-to-wall pulls is what I like. I usually talk about I pull quite aggressively even with randoms and even with sprout healers, but there's a big difference between, you know, pulling everything and just pulling a little bit more than than the minimum. That was impressive that we got it. Did you have a tank doing the exact same thing yesterday, Gazo? So here's a fun fact. You actually need to be running and moving when that happens, otherwise you get the the frozen stacks. It's not entirely obvious, but that's if you've ever seen me tank this boss, you'll see me running like drawing 8s on the floor under me, like just drawing an 8 repeatedly, just running so that I'm not standing still. The snowdrift debuff comes from you standing still when the mechanic happens. Otherwise it just does damage. Hey Jabiro, how are you doing? Oh boy. The jazz squares. Yeah, normally I would say like jumping also works. The reason why I don't jump, the reason why I don't use jumping for movement mechanics is that unless you're doing it perfectly, like actually like jumping exactly on the first frame that you can jump again, and you probably aren't, then there will be at least a few frames where you're not moving after each jump. And the game will snipe you. It will absolutely snipe you. And then it's going to be awkward. So for that reason, I just prefer to run, because that means a constant movement. Good to hear, Jamiro. It is one of those mechanics where, like, the thing is, you're not going to wipe to that boss because of not knowing this detail. So it's never important. Like, it's never something that you needed to know. Ever. Right? So it's not something that is likely to come up. So the only way that you'll learn a mechanic like that is by either doing the boss fight so many times yourself that you manage to discover that the mechanic works like that by doing it enough times and noticing, every time I'm moving when the mechanic happens, I don't get the debuff. Or you hear it from someone like me who's done it. Also, yeah, that is true, Gilano. They reworked this boss completely and removed the Spriggans from the fight. I think. I'm pretty sure they did. My food buff. Just a moment. Need my my combat XP. Just imagine my character just reaching into a pocket and pulling out like a whole serving size of food in the middle of combat. Replenish your ether. Oh yeah, that's it. Let's replenish our ether. Do you mean eat? No. Or maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, they reworked the second and the final boss in this dungeon slightly when they added duty support to this dungeon. They didn't change them much. This boss is a lot more apparent that they changed it because, you know, the old version was that it would cast Northern Eyes and you would cancel it. By shooting a snowball at it. And the breath that it's using to make the snowballs bigger used to be something that you had to make sure that the Spriggans were in so that they became the snowballs. Nowadays, it's an attack. I think the reason is that your NPCs would simply not be capable of, NPCs would not be able to do that. Which means that it would be entirely up to you to do it, and, well, that isn't a problem. It was more a, I think it's more like, the tank is supposed to participate in that, like the tank is supposed to help direct the mobs at the Spriggans, if not outright be the person moving the Spriggans into position, and if you are not the tank, then how is the trust tank going to do it? Sounds like a skill issue on the NPCs, and true. Very absolutely correct. But why learn it when you are on the side of the developers and you can just have the fight be changed? And yes, absolutely, with both giant apples, wheels of cheese, and whole loaves of bread. That is the only true way to replenish your ether. Nothing else will quite work as well. Like, maybe a boots? And Gilano said, a bit sad, I liked its originality, and I did too. I really liked the old version of the Yeti boss. So it was a little bit of a shame that they reworked it. Don't bother attacking the Harrier if we're not going to kill it, then it's just getting fully healed anyway. Oh wait, oh, a stun! That was smart. Genius. That's very smart. I hadn't considered that as an option. And no drinks. Yeah, no drinks. No need for water aspect at either. I need it though. Gazel says, I was a healer. A samurai kept pulling before the tank. The tank kept standing inside the blizzard. Oh boy. That sounds like a rough run, Gazel. I'm guessing that's a Mirol W, so Mirol says, I was lucky enough to do this dungeon once before they changed it. Oh, that's good at least. Did you enjoy the old version better? Or did you like the new version better? Because I think that is actually an interesting point, is that if you're... Uh-oh, is Chilano okay? If you've done the old version like many times because you're an older player of the game, then you might prefer it just because of nostalgia, right? So it might be an unfair comparison. Like, I liked the old version better because I found it more interesting, but maybe I think so because it was the first version of the fight and I just liked it better. Thank you for the tip, Gazel. Very good point. I should have thought about that, but it never occurred to me to stand behind the pillar, but like 4 miles away. Oh. Almost. But what did you think, Miro? Did you like the old or the new version better? Said, I thought it was a fine dungeon, not too annoying. This new version is easier to do on autopilot. Yeah, that is true. The second boss required a lot more for the for actually doing it. Like, I remember, like, every time if I had like a Sprout tank and I got Snowcloak, like the old version, then it was like, oh no, because I have to explain to them how to do it. Maybe I can do it, but if like, and it doesn't even have to be the tank. If you have a DPS that is new, they might go, oh, kill the axe first, and just go over and just beat the ever-living daylights out of the Spriggans, so we don't have any snowballs to use. Or someone just randomly cleaving the snowballs so we don't have them when we need them. Like, there was a lot of things that could go wrong. That is a good point, Gazel. A nice trick to compensate for latency. And I agree with Gilano says the changes on the last boss makes it fairer and better for Sprouts to learn. Koshei. Lemon, is Koshei the second boss in Stone Vigil? I think it's the second boss, right? The one with where you used to have like the closed room, you had to use the cannons to shoot the dragon outside. Here's an interesting fun fact about that boss. If you pulled the boss all the way up to the door, like right in, like just barely inside the boss room, and had all the players stand near it, then the dragon outside couldn't touch you. Then it just kind of stand there, like, huh. So you could cheese the fight. And then the fight in general was just really janky. Like, you had to shoot the cannons, but if you got hit during the channel, then it would just stop you. But the entire fight has like just chaos. Kitsuneko says, how come Alliance Raid is looking for DPS? So Alliance Raid somewhat regularly actually has DPS as the adventurer need, simply because for an Alliance Raid, you need 3 tanks, 6 healers, and 15 DPS. which puts a significantly bigger majority of the raid being DPS, so you need a lot of them. But right now, like now, we had a new relic weapon rank, so to speak, or stage added to the game, and this relic weapon requires 1,500 tomestones of causality to upgrade to. So if you already had upgraded all of your previous, like all of your relic weapons fully upgraded from the previous stage, then you need 1,500 per weapon to do it again. And some players collect, like me, collect all of them, which means, whoops, that those 120 causality from Alliance raid here is kind of nice, right? So people will do that. And because, you know, it's pretty common that tank or healer has faster Q, most people will do it as tank or healer. So what will happen when a new relic weapon stage comes out, because they require those causality tomestones, is that you will see most roulettes randomly require DP, or like have DPS in need for like the next 1 or 2 months. I would say is a likely scenario, like 1 or 2 months of that, because that's about, like, if you do it every single day, do all of the roulettes that give us like a relevant amount of causality, then it'll take you like, yeah, like a month, I think. Something like a month, I think. Maybe 2. I think 1 should do it. Maybe. You need a little bit more than a month. But that requires you to do most of your daily roulettes. And some players will literally do that. Right, we only have a Alliance raid roulette left. So if there's anyone in the chat that also wants to come along for Alliance raid roulette, make your way to Alpha Light. And let me know that you're coming, so that we don't wait for nothing. Also, Kitsuneko, it could be worse. There is a... so the Shadowbringers relics, one of their states was... like they had also like 4 stages you needed to go through. One of them required 15 of an item. To get that, you could either A, do Castrum Legislatore, which is a special duty inside the place called Boja, and this would spawn like around an hour after such an instance had started, which meant if you had people doing it, then yes, Imi, I can wait like 5 minutes. I'll just tell this story. You get into Boja, and that is true, guys. The reason why it's overlapping is because of the cross-world party. But let me fix that so you're so anyone that is annoyed by it doesn't get annoyed by it. That better. Sorry. Yeah. So you enter Boja, which is basically like a grinding zone. Your level doesn't matter there. You instead have a rank. And most mobs have a special rank of its own, but that is also irrelevant. Like, mobs are either like set between like ranks 1 through 5 or something like that, I think. Or is it 1 through 3? And the rank is more like indicative of how strong they are. I can wait for you guys a little. We're also waiting for Emir. And in Boja there are these basically there's fates spawning and then singular boss encounters. And one of those singular boss encounters is actually an entire like alliance raid, basically. Well, double alliance raid, because I believe there could be 48 players in it. The thing is that as you clear it, you get more time. But if you wipe like 2 or 3 times on the first boss, which isn't easy, very possible you wipe, then you're going to time out, and then you just have to wait another hour for the thing to spawn again. It scales with the amount of players there are nowadays, and it is doable with like 4 players if you're in like if all 4 players are really good. But if you did that, you would get 5 of the thingies you needed for this relic weapon stage. If you didn't want to do that, you could instead do any Crystal Tower Alliance raid. They would give 1. So your options were either hang out in Boja and find something to do for an hour or up to an hour until Castrum Lacus Latore spawned, so you could do that and get 5 thingies, or just spam Crystal Tower. If you were smart about it and efficient about it, and you knew 23 other players that were also smart and efficient about it, then Crystal Tower spam. Gazel, if you're in Alpha Light, just tell me what your character's named. So Alpha in the Light data center. But if you didn't have that, the alternative was there were other steps in the relic weapon quest chain, which could be done in Boja as well. Like there was these memories that you could farm from regular mobs, so you could just like grind mobs while you were there, and then if the Castrum Lacus Latore spawned, then you could join. And that was more efficient, because then it meant you weren't waiting an hour, you were doing something that was worth your time, and then when Castrum spawned, you spent 40 minutes or something. Yeah, you mean, this is Zoom. Zoom. So like doing 3 of the Castrum things was like actually the more time efficient method, if you could find some way to pass the up to an hour of wait time between Castrum spawns. Which I did after I discovered the nightmare that was the alternative. Now, the reason I said you need 23 other players that were also ready to be efficient is that the fastest way to clear Crystal Tower Alliance raids was Circus Tower, first of all, probably not surprising anyone, but you did it with 1 tank. So 1 tank. Don't care which one, but just a tank. A ranged physical job for each alliance raid for Peloton. And then maybe a healer in the tank group. Maybe. But that was actually optional. Everyone else in the alliance raid were blue mages. And then you could finish, I think you could clear Crystal Tower in like 8 minutes. Maybe less even. I think I got it to like 10 minutes. But then like after the reason why it wasn't really worth it was because almost after every single clear, someone in the 24 player alliance raid would be like after every single clear, there would be someone who went, "Oh, I just have to be right back for 2 minutes," or someone that went, "Oh boy, look at the time, I have to go," and then you had to go back in the party finder and wait for another person, and just that process alone would add like between 30 seconds and 3 minutes. Do I have your character on this character's friend list, Gazel? We could also move to somewhere where it's more accessible. Hmm. But yeah. So if you felt that doing your daily roulettes, like most of your roulettes, 2 days and then you get your relic weapon, was tedious. Imagine having to do Crystal Tower 15 times for one weapon. Remember, that was per weapon, so there wasn't a Reaper one and there wasn't a Sage one, so I believe that makes it 17, but 17 times 15. Anyone wanna run Crystal Tower 255 times? Put your hands in the air. 255 times. Even. Oh, hey, Fel. We were talking about how there is the relic weapon stage in Shadowbringers where you could either do Castrum Lacus Latore 3 times, or you could do a Crystal Tower run 15 times, but then you remember there's 17 relic weapons in Shadowbringers, so you have to do it 255 times. Yeah, exactly, Levin. Yeah, 255 Crystal Tower runs, as you do. I think I attempted to do the efficient Blue Mage style, like, for one weapon, and then I was done, because I could not deal with waiting all that time. That was after they buffed it. No, they didn't buff it. They literally didn't buff it, as far as I know. They might have increased it to give 2 per run at some point, but even then, it was just, in my opinion, better to just do the Castrum Lacus Latore if you could find anything to do in Boja. We are about to do Alliance Raid Roulette, so I see that Phil, among others, just came in, so if there's anyone that wants to come along, then then we are on Alpha Light. Just let me know. It used to be 15 runs for that too, didn't it? No. I believe before the buff it was 5 runs. I think it gave 3 originally and then was buffed to 5. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't 1 each. And Gilano says, I can't believe I did Dalriada 113 times, and it didn't even have a relic to progress most of the time. I think I did Dalriada like at most 5 times, because I didn't care about getting the new, like, the fancy schnazzy mount for doing everything. I just wanted the relic weapons. And Delubrum Reginae gave 3 of the Delubrum Reginae specific one, and gave 2 of the one that was specific to Dalriada, and Dalriada gave 3, so it was like, do you want to progress 2 relic weapons at once, or do you want to progress 1? Right, so just asking a final time if there's anyone that also wants to join us for Alliance Raid Roulette here on Alpha Light before we start. The Alliance Raid will probably be in Crystal Tower. You have a static raid in 10 minutes. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't. There wasn't anything wrong with Dalriada. Just to be clear, I wasn't avoiding Dalriada. The problem with Dalriada was actually. So I was like being super efficient about my relic weapons, so that I had like them all spaced out, so that I had every single quest going at once as best as possible. And that meant that I could I could grind memories in Boja, and then if Castrum popped, then I could do Castrum. But there wasn't, as far as I know, anything in Zadnor that you could farm for a relic weapon, aside from Dalriada itself. So I didn't have any reason to do that. You could progress merit medals. Yeah, that's true. In my time farming relic weapons in Bosha, I actually got 2 of the Gabriel Mark III identification key, which for anyone curious is worth 14 million gil right now. I got 2 of them. I used the first one myself, and the second one I just pocketed. Like, that's very valuable. Just put that in, like, just keep it. And then eventually I came to the conclusion I cannot bring myself to sell it because of its value. So it's going to be gifted to someone. So the person I gifted it to was Mars in my free company, our friendly neighborhood paladin, and I knew that at the price it was at, he would never buy it. I would never buy it. Like, if it dropped in my lap, I would take it, but I would never ever buy it. And I'm pretty sure Maus was similar to me in that regard. So I was like, well, if anyone should have it, then it's him, because he wouldn't get it any other way. Because most everyone else in the free company, if they really wanted the mount, they would, like, maybe find a way to scrounge up the cash to get it. But I'm pretty confident Maus would never do that. You just go, nah, I don't need it. And Phil says last time I got one, it was only worth like 400k. I'm pretty sure when I got it, back when Bosha was still relevant, it was worth 4 million. 3 or 4 million. Oh, someone gave me head pats. There they are. But yeah, if you find something that is rare in a current, in current content of any kind, it is often better to sit on it for a bit. Like, unless you find it on like day 1 where no one else has it, where it might be valuable simply because no one has it. Oh, maybe I should do that. If you find it right on day 1, like immediately when it's at its peak in rarity, then maybe there's a reason to sell it. But at any other time, it might actually be better to just pocket it and just wait for the content to stop being relevant and then see if the price skyrockets. And I'm not kidding you, like the Gabriel Mark III identification key has like tripled, almost quadrupled in value since like I got like that second key that I had in like extra. So if I wanted to sell it, I would have been like, it would have been easy money. But you know what? It was a very good gift. And if I had just sold it, then it would not have been nearly as good a story to tell, would it? Oh yeah, I like, could you imagine that? Oh yeah, I found 2 of the Gabriel Mark III identification keys. I sold the other one. Nice money. Yeah, you can get lucky with those things. But it like, the thing is, if by sitting on something like that, you're also risking getting nothing. Like with the early to rise hairstyle, where I remember because it was a super rare thing from the Lubrum Origine, it was something that maybe you just would never get. So some players were inclined to like, oh, I have to buy it. I will never get it if I don't buy it. So I have to buy it. So people bought it. But that also meant that it was like 10 million, at least on Louis Soir. And I mean, I saw that price and went, no, and didn't buy it. As I said, I waited, I think I said that previously, but like I waited until it dropped in price. And it literally dropped in price because there was such an oversupply of it that no one was willing to buy it for 10 million. Like, no one was willing to buy it for that price. So it didn't sell. Which is really funny. This was less funny. And if you sat on your early to rise like, oh, it's fine, I'll just wait until everyone else has like sold theirs and the content is no longer relevant, so I get like I can make it rise to 20 million or something like that. You might do that, or Zadnor's released and the price drops to 100k within the week. Like, that is also a possibility. And that is something you're risking if you're sitting on a valuable item. Ow. Oh, someone else did it. Excellent. I was like, do I have any markers, or are they like account-wide? The answer is no and no. Oh, someone pulled. We need 4 on the platform. We need 4 on the platform. Now we have 4 on the platform. Now we apparently have 5 on the platform. Now we have 3 on there. Now we have 4 on the platform. Oh. Whee! Let's sprint. Let's make sure we're there first. But don't run too far ahead. We want to make sure all of Alliance A is there first. If we can. Somehow. With other Alliance raids having Peloton and us not having it. And the reason why we want to be there first is because if someone pulls, then all Alliance A players that are in range, it gets the buff. I think I spent all of my, my fire starter luck. Oh, there it is. One fire starter. Ow. Never mind. Became one so far. Just one. Just the one, apparently. Wow. Perfect. Just before our buff ran out. Phil, are you saying that the early to rise was 20 million? Wow. That is pretty wild, but I also didn't check what the early to rise was worth on like the first few days. I counted that it was worth 10 million because it was worth 10 million for weeks. Like, it wasn't its peak, it was just, it landed on that price somehow, and then it like kind of stayed there for weeks, and then shortly before Zadnor came out, the price finally started to dip. Like, finally, it started to fall a little bit. And then Zadnor came out. And then it just went 100k. Like, within a few days. The reason why early to rise it was worth that much is just because it was a rare item. And some players wanted that hairstyle. I'm pretty sure early to rise is one of the more popular hairstyles now. I think it is, at least. And just for the record, with the absolutely insane amount of the Lupron Reginae I did, I never looted early to rise from it. So like the rarity of it was high. I never got it like from a random drop. I exclusively got it because I bought it. And then I figured out that I didn't want it because Kai looked weird with that hairstyle. I also got 2 of the Golden Gabriels. Which suggests that the Golden Gabriels are less rare, right? But nowadays, you can't. I'm pretty sure the Golden Gabriels are random drops only. Whereas the hairstyle can still be bought quite easily. Or that RNG is weird. Well... also a possibility. Oh boy. This fight is always scary simply because the Iron Giant is often... So Lanak has got it covered, fortunately. But it's very often that the Iron Giant just sort of becomes like a random element that kind of just exists. Because people just go, if I ignore it, then maybe it'll be fine. And those meteors were really cutting it close. I wasn't sure if any one of them were actually usable. Huh? How? How? Did I get teleported into the fight last time? I think that might be it. Can this alliance do the greed? More like, will this alliance be greedy? It's all a matter of whether people are like consistent or not. Like, will the alliance as a whole choose to not greed, or will too many choose to greed? But that is exactly it, Phil. That is. Oh, I'm going to get stunned by this. Oh boy. Ow. Owies. That is exactly the reason why it's dangerous to do the greed, is because if you greed it, but your group isn't and your team isn't actually capable of greeding it, then you wipe, and then you lose, you know, like a minute or two having to run it back. Whereas if you just don't greed it and just play it safe, then you lose only 20 seconds. Like, it's a far better value proposition to just never greed and play it safe. At least in my opinion. Not me! Ah! Why? There you go. We could do it, apparently. But the thing that made it work, I'm pretty sure, is that we were very lucky with the mechanic timings. Because we got him really low in the first part of the fight. Like, he didn't start the flare until like 40% or so. And then after that, he didn't really, like, he was in the middle of something when he got to the second flare, again, because we got, like, him really far down in the first bit of the fight. It wasn't even greeting, it was just, oh, it's free real estate. Phil, I think maybe that strategy might be dangerous. I usually go by the rule that if he's above 10% when the cast starts, then it's worth trying. Do you mean below 10%? Hey Wilson, how are you doing? Yumia says, I remembered my positionals. Nice. Oh, that's what you meant, Phil. Fair enough. I think even at 10%, it might be a stretch to try and go for the greed. I'm also doing well. That's good to hear, Wilson. Wilson? What do we do now? We've done the dailies. Oh. How far were we here? Oh, we could just do Asim Step. We could just unlock Asim Step flying. All the quests are 65 and 66. Now the question is, which of them is it? Because we have 4 quests, but I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So which one is not the Aether Current quest? We could do MSQ. Well, we could do that, but I think we're too many to do that, so it's fine. Wait a minute, I've got a new spell. Triple cast. Yes. Triple cast. Fun. So I'm thinking check the Sheep Snatcher. See if that is an Aether current one. Just because it's out in the middle of nowhere anyway. Oh, I love Black Mage, Wilson. Very much. So, Gazel has reached the awkward position of being so overleveled that they're learning Stormblood spells before they even have access to some of their Heavensward spells. What do you have for me? Oh, perfect.
Don't suppose you have time to chase after sheep, do you? My most cowardly one just ran off after hearing a nearby beast's roar. She's so timid she's likely to run away if you try to approach her normally. Take this blowgun and these darts that I've laced with a sedative. One hit and she will be out in an instant. She went off somewhere to the west. Best of luck.
Thanks. Take this blow dart. Yeah, MSQ roulette, there's nothing wrong with doing MSQ roulette, it's just, you know, it's MSQ roulette, it's very, very, very boring, typically. At least to me. So I'm going to unlock some flying, but there's no reason for me to, like, drag around 5 other players if they want to do some roulettes that I'm not doing, right? Missed. Fired. I'm surprised that I got it in the second try. Back when it took an hour to do MSQ roulette. Well, it still takes really long, doesn't it? Good luck, Phil. Yeah, I did MSQ roulette many times before the rework. Simply because, like, XP per hour wise, it was worth doing. Kitsuneko says, in game, I see no problem in leveling jobs, other than making Angel angry that I don't do MSQ. You know what? If you have a high level friend that keeps demanding and this one goes out to all of the sprouts in Final Fantasy XIV. If you have friends that have already completed the MSQ, sitting there at end game, pushing you and stressing you out, wanting you to hurry to the end game, take your time and enjoy the game. They can scale down and do content with you if they want to play with you. And to all the level 90 maxed out players getting your friends into the game, if you push your sprout friends to rush the MSQ, what's going to happen is they're going to burn out and they're not going to reach the end game. And then you have no sprout friend to play with. Olsen says, I would abridge the Nero and Gaius speeches. Yeah, I see that. And Scarlo says the speeches are the best part of the MSQ roulette. That is true. That is a good part of it. That's the funny part. but they also add a huge amount of time to it.
Did you manage to catch my sheep?
It looks so innocent while it sleeps. Does it look not innocent when it's awake?
Oh, thank you. You had me worried sick, you did, dearie. This job means everything to me, it truly does. I was just a lonely orphan with nowhere to call my own when the mall took me in. I said I would look after our sheep in an attempt to show my gratitude. My heart nearly stopped when this little one ran away. Sheep are the cornerstone of our tribe's way of life. I fear I will never be able to truly express my thanks to you, but no, I am grateful. Here, have an ether current. I somehow have it in my back pocket.
And oh no! Chilano stole one of the sheep! Sugage, your sheep! Oh no! What are you gonna do? Yeah, that is... The thing is with the MSQ roulette is that it doesn't have that much to do with, like... It's like the Crystal Tower problem, right? It's just like the Crystal Tower Alliance raid roulette problem. Is Crystal Tower isn't bad. It's not bad. But if you're served cake every day, then eventually you're going to be tired of cake, right? A random bot appeared, indeed. I really don't know what the point of those bots are. Just listing channels? Nope. Oh, Sid is here. Thank you. There it is. Hello, traveler. As it happens, some of the local Kastiri merchants have been dealing with a problem involving your kind of late. Reunion is run by the Kestir. It will not do you any favors to displease them. The tribe is famed for its dislike of speech. They believe that all words are merely lies. The Kastiri way is to show your intentions through your actions. Nothing else shall suffice for them. And yet, a merchant from far-off lands has recently appeared in Reunion, trying to force the Kestir to trade by using the very words they despise. Ignorance is no excuse. I've seen others attempt to explain the local customs to him. However, it matters not what anyone says if he will not listen. I would appreciate it if you were to take responsibility for this buffoon. No doubt he is still in the Khan's tent, harping on. How very glib. Gasco, hello. I don't suppose you'd fancy taking part in this conversation anytime soon, would you? If I've done something to displease you, you need only tell me what. And just who would you happen to be? If you're here to trade, then you'll have to wait your turn. I arrived first. What's that? You're not a merchant. Well, are you aware of the funny customs these Kestir have? Apparently words aren't much use, only actions will do. Correct. I was told as much by members of other Ari tribes, but I just can't bring myself to believe it. How can one run a market if they refuse to speak? Regardless, it does not appear that I stand to gain much from continuing to rely on speech. If even a fellow outsider such as yourself is telling me to follow the Kestiri customs, I suppose it is high time I acquiesced. Now that I think of it, if you're not a competitor, would you perhaps be interested in working with me? Seek me out if you'd like to hear more. With socks like that. Is he what did he have silly socks? Ah, it's been an eternity since I last had the chance to talk with a fellow traveler. The name's Gasco. I belong to the East Aldernat Trading Company and I've been stationed in the Far East for a while now. I used to work at our Kugane office until a short while ago. Now that Doma is finally free of the Empire's grip, you can bet there'll be hordes of merchants wanting to trade with a newly independent nation. I've always been a pioneer myself and decided that I would make certain I was the first to explore this new potential trade partner. I brought bags full of foreign goods to impress the locals with. Yet, despite this, I am unable to convince them to even talk to me. Never mind, take a look at my wares. If only they knew what harrowing obstacles I've overcome just to be here. Countless levies paid to pirates, daring escapes from fearsome bandits and beasts. I could go on forever. And what is my reward? The icy stare of a Castiri woman. Until today, I had never met a lady that thought me anything but a charming gent. Are you sure about that? As it seems I alone am not up to this task, I wish to ask for your aid, knowledgeable adventurer. If you help me convince them to trade, I promise you untold discounts on everything I have for sale. No need to be so alarmed, friend. I merely wish for you to help me learn about Castiri customs. I would not dream of asking you to threaten them or force you to help me with my work. Their culture is unlike anything I've encountered thus far. If I am to get anywhere, I must study all of the customs and deities that govern their day-to-day lives. Only then do I stand a chance of convincing them to trade. I don't think it's that hard, mister. This information shall doubtless be equally valuable to you on your travels. Why, if I weren't such a humble man, I would demand you show your gratitude to me for giving you this opportunity. Yes, I will totally help you with that. Anyway, bye. I just want to be totally clear on this. He's like, oh, they won't talk with me. I suppose I have to learn everything about them to trade with them. No, you just have to show your wares. Like, I'm pretty sure that is the only requirement. Show your wares. I mean, like, I feel like my point is really driven home by how the music just cut. Oh, right. That one. Which means that it's probably that quest and that quest. Oh, now the music is back. It's really funny when the music just cuts like that. Vossen says, I remember back when I was a main tank one time, I was playing Paladin, and I had my gear dyed gold. Some rando called me a banana man. I mean, depending on whether it was golden gold or it was like yellow, I could see it. It's pretty easy to become a banana with yellow colors. What was it? I believe the first store mount in World of Warcraft was like a yellow dragon, like a long serpentine yellow dragon, which I think it was called like Heart of the Aspect. Sounds really cool. Now, it would probably surprise no one that the mount was basically by the community itself called the Banana Dragon. Like, what did they expect? They made a yellow serpent dragon. It's like it's literally a banana, like a flying banana, isn't it? Banana man. Aren't you missing a Batman? Banana Batman. It is not often we have travelers in Dothal Ka. There is something I would ask of you, if you have the time. My name is Morsi of the 7 and 7 Swords. 7 and 7 Swords? Swords. I'm a reincarnation of a master swordsman. They say he was so fast with the sword, it was as if he wielded 7 blades. Indeed, he was well respected. However, I struggle to believe I am he. No matter how much I practice, my swordsmanship improves not. I would like you to ask around the village. Find out if I truly am who they say. If there is a secret concerning my previous life, they will not tell me, no matter how much I ask. Ah, right, the weirdness of the Dothal. So just for anyone that is curious, the Dothal, like some people might not have paid attention in the MSQ when they were here, some are just curious. The Dothal, like, believe that when you die, you are reborn into a new, a new child in the Dothal tribe, which means that basically they assume that it's like the same people just in the same tribe forever and ever, which means that you can have cases of like a person being told, oh, like in this case, you're actually the reincarnation of a master swordsman, and the dude is like, I don't know how to use a sword. I can't do it. Like, you could be trained to do something, but sometimes life just isn't going to pan out that way. Like, sometimes you just don't have the skill or know-how to do something. A particularly funny one is I'm pretty sure Zadu, which is like a main quest character, I believe in their previous life they were a guy. I think. I'm not sure. I think. What are you saying? Of course his name is correct. He may be clumsy with a blade at the moment, but he will improve in time. I hear that the previous Mousy also struggled when he first picked up a sword. All he needs to do is train. You do not believe Mousy to be the reincarnation of a swordsman? Nonsense! There were no other Dothal born in the year Mousy passed. The previous Mousy of the 7 and 7 Swords was a true warrior. His swordsmanship was unmatched. I cannot believe he would not be reincarnated. Ah, yes. Waist-deep water. That Morsey, he always happens to run off somewhere when I try to help him with his training. He does his name a disservice. Hmm. Were you able to learn aught? Sort of. I see. I'm exactly as they say. My thanks for your help. You look like you could hold your own in battle. How did you grow so strong? I grew strong during my adventures. Yes, I suppose I'm lacking in experience. I cannot leave the village, but I can learn from you. Could I ask you to teach me? I can think of no better way to make myself stronger. You need not answer right away. Right, then I probably won't. It is pretty funny how the the Aether current quests, they sort of serve up like serve up a quest line, because many of these side quests are like small quest lines with stories, but because they don't award anything significant, it doesn't really, like, people aren't very inclined to do them. Lilac says, is this your third ult? I'm getting deja vu seeing you in the step again. No, this is the same ult that you did some dungeons with back in Stormblood. It's just we're back to pick up Aether currents. This is my second character. Well, third, but my first character isn't my main. And it doesn't exist anymore. So this is my second character, you could say. Ah, a woman not of the steppe. How unusual. Would that I had the time, I would take you around and acquaint you with our small settlement. Alas, as the Oronia's only culinarian, time is a rare commodity. I must keep all 50 of our warriors fed. Thankfully, now that the meat has been cut and the entrails soaked, all that is left for me to do is... I'm out of sheep's milk. This is a disaster. If I leave to milk sheep now, I will fall behind on cooking, and the starved masses are sure to lynch me upon their return. I am loath to have to ask this of you, especially since we are virtual strangers, but might you fetch me some milk? About 3 pails should suffice. On the other side of our encampment is Sorokan. You would need to receive her permission first to approach the sheep. If I make a third alt, I think I'll also maybe not make it a Lalafell, simply just to mix things up.
Isukin sent you? That he would ask an outsider of all people to do his work for him. The man has not a shred of common sense. Any road, the sheep are just over there. Feel free to take as much milk as you need.
Not these sheep, those sheep. Aha, you showed up in the nick of time. You've brought the sheep's milk, right?
The milk in this pail is so fresh it is still slightly warm.
Bless you, my friend. From our foods to our tea, we use this milk for nearly everything. That is why I must maintain a constant watch over my supplies. It is, however, something that has become increasingly difficult to do of late. The number of hungry mouths I must feed grows by the day, but I remain our only culinarian. Ah, is Izugen bothering you? You need not pay him any heed. He is inconsequential to our tribe. Ha 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 ha. The man is nearly 40, yet the only thing he can properly wield is a ladle. Kazuko is right. I'm feeble, the weakest among our brothers. It should come as no surprise that here, in a tribe where your standing hinges solely upon how strong you are, I am afforded little respect. When everyone else is out hunting, I am left here to cook whatever they brought back from their last excursion. While most Oronia will claim that all brothers under our most radiant brother Magnai are equal, nothing could be further from the truth. I wish to be stronger, strong enough to prove to them that I'm not worthless. Say, might you agree to help me with my cooking on occasion? It would afford me the time to train and earn my place among the other warriors. Aha, you certainly know how to brighten a man's day. Thank you, mistress. Caetsu, it is good to finally be able to put a name onto your face. Maybe your next alt should be a big race, maybe with elven traits. A giraffe, perhaps. Mayhaps. Let me just check something. I'll be right back, and then we will continue. Alright, I'm back. What do we do next? I'm thinking unlock the 2 beast tribes, the actual combat beast tribes. Which ones were they? Can I not remember? Right, there's the turtles. Let's start with those, since we can fly in that zone. Now the question is, which quest is it that unlocks them? There it is. I think someone has been making a specific theme over here. We have Heaven Sent knocking on Heaven's door, plunder on high. Do we have more? So the reason why we're unlocking some beast tribes is because the 3 quests a beast tribe gives is pretty good. Like, that's actually pretty good XP for how little time it takes to do them. The difficult part is actually it's more a matter of just doing it. Where's that blasted boat? It should have been here by now. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. My daughter's late returning from Kugane, you see, and I thought to come and look for her. I can't imagine the Confederacy giving her any trouble. She's always been good about putting money aside for the Ruby Tithe. Oh, gosh, what if the Road Kojin caught sight of her? My dear, sweet Shiomi. She only meant to bring home a bit of old furnishings to give comfort to our village. I don't know what I'd do if anything should happen to her. I know this is sudden, but you have the look of a woman who can handle a bit of danger. Would you be willing to look for my daughter? She should be traveling close to the shore of Sakazuki. And that's true, Angel. There's also the part where there's twice as many of them, right? You get 2 of them. But the point is that it's something. The general strategy that I've always used to level DPS jobs primarily is like queue for roulettes while doing clan hunt marks and beast tribes. Now, I think it's interesting to explore that because, like, if I can, like, it's not super interesting for me to go, oh, I can just power level a job and then I just grab 3 friends and power level the job because I have 3 friends that could help me, for example. Because that puts, like, unreasonable expectations, so to speak, if I'm specifically saying let's level a job. So that's why I would prefer to, like, if we're doing roulettes, it's mainly something we have fun with together, instead of me just queuing for them. Because, like, I could queue for them, but I'd rather do it with you guys. And if I were to, like, spam dungeons, like just go, oh, just spam the highest level dungeon and bring 3 friends, that is not something everyone can do. That puts, as I said, unreasonable expectations.
Ah, please, stay away.
Not another step.
I've come from Isari in search of Shihomi. From Isari, you say? Was it my father who sent you for me?
Probably.
My ship was attacked by the Red Kojin, but I was saved by this warrior of the blue. Would that we could have saved the cargo on board.
Save the cargo? Very well.
Wait, your kindness is greatly appreciated, but you cannot mean to go against the Red Kojin, not alone. Please, miss, you have to go after him. He was gravely injured in my rescue, so it'd be suicide for him to face him in his condition.
He just goes, sure, mate. I don't think it's Yoshi P trolling players with that quest name, those quest names. I'm pretty sure it's Koji Fox. Right? How could I fall for such an obvious trap? Thank you, brave warrior.
Oh, thank goodness you're both all right.
Why have you come, woman?
I'm sorry. You both were gone for so long I began to worry and...
Do not misunderstand. I'm not angry. I meant only to say this place is dangerous. But the Red are gone now, and your cargo is safe. Everything is there, yes?
1, 2... Yes, this seems to be all of it. 1 bag, 2 bags... Let me count them again. The others will be so happy when they see these goods. Thank you so much.
Then my work here is finished.
Wait, please. Would you at least tell me the name of the gallant Kojin who rescued me?
My name? I am Kabuto of the Blue. My name is Helmet. You, brave warrior, what is the name of the woman who rescued me? Caetsu, I shall remember it.
I haven't much, but please, let me repay you both for your kindness.
Caetsu saved my life. For another to repay my debt of gratitude would be a stain on my honor.
I see. Then at the very least, let me give you something. Most of these goods are worn or broken, but if anything here's to your liking, by all means.
Broken?
Repairing them is part of my training as a craftsman. Thankfully, the merchants of Kugane are willing to part with such wares for relatively little. Still, I hope there's something here that pleases you.
What is this?
Ah, that is our Karakuri puppet. Would that I knew who made it or how. Fixing it was quite the challenge. Still, the children back home will love.
I would have this Karakuri.
Oh, that is a fine choice. Yes, a fine choice indeed. Far be it from me to deny the Kojin who saved me his reward.
Caetsu, meet with me at the entrance to Tamamizu. There, I will present you with a token of my thanks. It is this Karakuri.
A peculiar one, isn't he? Certainly not the best with words, but his heart is pure and sword true. Thank you again for your help. Delivering these home should be easy enough on my own. Take care and safe travels. Assuming I don't get attacked by Red Kojin again.
Oh, that is a random spot. Didn't he say in Tamamizu? I'm pretty sure he did. But yeah, what I meant before about spamming dungeons is like, I appreciate people like joining me for content, absolutely, and I wouldn't have it any other way, and I love that we can do all that together. But there's a big difference between going like, let's do some roulettes together, this is something we all benefit from, and me going, oh well, I'm level 66, could we maybe do I don't know, Bottom's middle like 4 times just for my benefit? You know what I mean? Hopefully. Like, I would start queuing for that if that was what I had left. Also, weird bush. But that is what I mean, is that it might be a little much. Just drag people through Bottom's middle repeatedly, right? You have come. Good. There you are. You disobeyed me to go and search for treasures again, didn't you? What's this? Ah, Caetsu, a welcome surprise. I hope Caputo has not given you too much trouble. She saved my life, and so I wish to present her a token of my gratitude. I did not realize you were acquainted. Perhaps I should take my leave. Wait, Caputo. Where are you going? What of your gift to Caetsu? So you did not come to speak with her? I was not even aware she was here. I came here searching for you. How many times must I tell you not to go searching for treasure on your own? The Red are running amok in the Ruby Sea, you know this. You know this. Yes, I went alone, and yes, I was saved by Caetsu. But I believe it was fate. It brought us together and rewarded me with a Karakuri puppet. I will not deny you as are a gifted fighter, but it would be foolish to mistake today's happenstance for good fortune. Though I suppose you have done worse in more favorable situations. Before we continue, I wish to add today's find to the treasure vault. You seem puzzled, Caetsu. Ah, you must think he means to travel to the Isle of Zeki. Allow me to explain. As you are well aware, the Isle of Zeki has been home to the most prized relics of both the Red and the Blue since time immemorial. Though the Red guard it fiercely, they can no longer subsist on the plunder of the Imperials. Now they demand that we join their work as mercenaries and raiders. Naturally, we refused, and so they deny us entry to the vault. Rather than take up arms against our brothers, we have taken it upon ourselves to create a new treasure vault here in Tamamizu. To that end, we have devoted a great deal of effort to searching far and wide for treasures with which to fill our vault. If certain individuals would learn not to wander off on their own, I could take comfort in knowing said efforts are not wasted. The others would only slow me down. Would they now? You will have to forgive Kabuto. He is as stubborn as his shell is thick, but you are not here to listen to our quarrel. Come, let us make our way to the treasure vault. My helmet is taller than yours, thereby making me the leader. Kabuto, you've returned! What wondrous treasure have you brought us today? You can't possibly expect to fill the vault on your own. Such a task is much too great, even for you. Let us help, brother. No, I work alone. Oh my, you never mentioned the puppet was a Kojin. Such detail, such craftsmanship. The kami will surely be pleased with a treasure so fine. Kabuto of the Blue, someone said from off screen. But what? Makura, was that you? No one walks alone, Kabuto. To turn your back on your brothers and sisters would be folly of the greatest order. Hey, Tsukumogami! Oh, great divine spirit, we are humbled by your presence. How interestingly fitting, given the variant dungeon we did earlier this week. Tsukumogami! Huh. Raise your heads and be proud. You have done well to gather such a glorious bounty. But the task before you is too great for a single Kojin. Kabuto, you must lead your brothers and sisters. Lead them to ever greater treasures and prosperity. You have been chosen, brother. I am honored. Truly I am. I swear on my honor our vault will overflow with riches, but I need no help too. Silence! You will form a company of treasure seekers, starting with her. Yes, you, with the short legs. Please, Divine One, there's no need to burden her with such insolence! You call yourself a warrior, but your prowess pales before the might of Caetsu. Was it not you who said it was fate that brought you together? Yes, but how do you... You must accept that to which fate has bound you, Kabuto, and do so with all your heart. Hey Ryan, I hope you're doing well. Henceforth, you and yours will be known as the Divine Circle. Who else shall join you in this endeavor? Well, there is Tsukin, Makura, and Shikitahe. I mean, that is, if it isn't an inconvenience. Where is your backbone, Kabuto? The duty placed upon you is both sudden and daunting, so your uncertainty shall be forgiven, but only this once. Furthermore, until you prove your resolve to be unbending and your mind focused, I, Tsukubo, will oversee your operations personally. And with that, our team is assembled. Let us set forth and seek out the untold riches of the realm that even the Red Kojin will burn with envy. I just think there's something funny about a spirit overtaking a tiny adorable puppet, but actually the voice coming out of the puppet is sounds a lot bigger. The Blue Kojin have begun making contributions to the treasure vault in Tamamizu. You have achieved friendly reputation with the Kojin. There we go. Now we have a tribe. One tribe. Oh, we have new gear actually. Let's see. If we do this, and then I think I like that one better. There we go. Oh, we also have to glamour that. I hope you're doing well, Ryan. Tonight, we dine in shells. As you will doubtless appreciate, treasure hunting is hungry work. To help us keep up our strength, Kyoke will cook a hearty meal, and for this he requires several red-hot carapaces. If each one of us could procure but 2, we will have enough in no time. Here, take this oyster meat. You can use it to lure out a voracious gazame at Hell's Lid. Other gazame may well be drawn to the bait, but not all will yield the carapace we need. Take care, and good luck. The key to a man's heart is through his stomach, Caetsu. With this in mind, I would ask your help in maintaining an important partnership. I have here 2 pots of our finest pickles, which I would give to the sentries at the Coal Banquet. Pray see to it that they are delivered. The Reds, Caetsu, they have fallen upon one of our caravans. By the grace of the Kami, we were able to protect the goods, but the Red Brigands remain at large. I need you to join us in hunting them down. Once you have found and given them a trouncing, smear this all over them. Golden Aspect, it is called, and it is made by... Actually, it is best that you do not know. The point is it smells foul, and will serve to teach the offending Reds a lesson. Even as we speak, one of our sisters is scouring the Isle of Becco for them. Seek her out first, and she will tell you more. Ryan says I'm doing alright. Visited my parents today and had a nice barbecue with friends yesterday. That is nice. And tonight I'll grind some Final Fantasy XIV while hanging out here. Well, I hope you enjoy your time here. I'm also just grinding out some things, as you can see. Aspic, a savory jelly made with meat stock, set in a mold and used to contain pieces of meat, seafood, or eggs. The Red Brigands struck fast, but they fled even faster. If you would search the northern shoreline, I will see to the rest of the isle. And as Zugin will have told you, after you subdue the villains, you are to smear golden aspic all over them. Do not forget this step. Oh. Ah! I suppose what we can conclude from that is that it's probably more disgusting than what you found, Orion. Huh. Ah. Oh, like that. Perfect. They've perfectly spaced it out so that it'll take as much time as possible to traverse this place. Maybe. Hold this. And this. And this. Whatever this yellowish congealed mass may have been made from, one thing is certain, it reeks with a vengeance. It reeks of vengeance! No, it reeks with a vengeance. It reeks of vengeance! One, 2, and 3. And 4, apparently. Mage is weirdly effective at dealing with open world fights. Have you ever seen that fireball meme? Which one? I don't know if I have. I do not know if I have. An arrow may have your name on it, but a fireball is addressed to to whom it may concern. I suppose you're right. Especially if the wizard is aggressively saying I cast fireball, just in the general direction of enemies. You better have a good reason for distracting me and watch. Might be as I drink hard, but I work hard as well. Pickled seaweed made with a secret blue Kojin recipe. Oh, shite. Pickles from the Kojin. You're a good sword adventurer. A bloody good sword. Let me tell you, these pickles and rice wine are a match made in heaven. Ah, this watch can't end soon enough. Oh, I know. I'll move quicker. That way the watch will end sooner. Ha ha, what a bloody brilliant idea. No, that's not how that works, mister. I'll run around the camp faster and see less. You're far from home, adventurer. What business have you here? Ha! If it isn't Kojin Pickles! I'd been looking forward to this. My thanks, friend. Oh. I don't know if we can get that outfit. Maybe you can get like a shirt that looks similar and maybe you can dye it. There are some open open shirts like that you can get in the game, but I don't know if you can get specifically that one. It might have a little bit of a Mog Station like feel to it, but I mean, if given the style that most of the Mog Station outfits get these days, I have a feeling that if you were to get it, it would be the entire outfit and not piece by piece for some reason. It tends to play out like that, doesn't it? Succulent oyster meat prized from their shells, the better to lure Gazame with. I'm telling you, like, Black Mage is really good for like dealing with small skirmishes like in the open world, because your MP bar tends to just barely be enough to deal with anything. It's pretty effective. That is very true. Samurai is also great at it. I feel with Samurai, sometimes the problem is that you, like, mobs will die before you have a chance to, like, set up. You feel inclined to use your buffs, but the things die before you probably can. But I suppose my point of reference is before they changed Make Yoshisui, since it, like, back in the day, Make Yoshisui just enabled you to skip combo steps. You still had to use Jinpu and Kasha. Is it Jinpu and Kasha? Jinpu and Shifu, sorry, for the buffs. Nowadays you can just do Make Yoshisui and get the buffs, yeah. Which helps immensely. Especially if you're fighting something on your level. I always get surprised by how deep into this island that this entrance is. I think it's going to be a long while before Smol Kai gets another DPS job. Like, I'm thinking after Black Mage, we should probably aim for, like, either a tank or a healer, because then now we already have, a ranged and a melee job. This carapace taken from a Gazame is so hot, it's a wonder the creatures don't cook themselves. I'm sitting here thinking, wouldn't that cool down almost immediately? Ah, you are returned. Have you obtained your share of carapaces? Oh, such big fiery shells. This shall be a proper feast. Turn these over and fill them with ingredients, and in no time we'll have a tasty and nourishing Gazame stew. Ah, the mere thought of it makes my mouth flood. You will enjoy it too, I do not doubt, but as popular as it is, you must forgive us should it run out before you get a taste. Delivered the pickles, have you? Tell me, how did our Confederate friends respond? So, we continue to be held in good standing. That is well. A little kindness indeed goes a long way. In the past, we Kojin would purchase such treasures as the Confederacy seized in lieu of the Ruby Tithe. By maintaining amicable relations, we have first pick of the merchandise. A fine arrangement, I'm sure you'll agree. Ah, you're returned. Were you able to find and punish the red in the manner prescribed? Aha, well done, my friend. Our comrades shall be pleased to learn that you have dealt with the brigands. The poor sots will reek for a good while, and until such time as the odor fades, they'll like to be spurned by their own. A fine lesson, yes? I don't know which tank or healer we would go with. I think I would probably, like, have a poll on it, because that's how we both chose Dragoon and Black Mage originally. And of course, if we were to, like, if Scholar were the one to win, then we would of course have to level Arcanist first to unlock Scholar in the first place. But I think that's how I would go about it. You unlocked Baltus' wall yesterday. Nice. And yeah, that is true. Lalafell tanks, like, being so tiny. It's really funny. Oh my. We need to do a lot. We need to do the new contender. And we need to do... The Hidden Truth. Where is that? Did we already do that? I think we already did that. A new contender. And then a new quest should appear. So I suppose we will just Oh, I'm looking to unlock the other beast tribe. I was hoping to do that, but I guess we'll go for some Aether currents at the same time. The reason being that we will not be able to hand in a level 67 quest as a level 66. So the XP would go to waste. That is the reason.
Oh, sorry. I was distracted by the grumbling of my stomach. Thanks to the Guardians, we've been having trouble maintaining our food stores. Custom dictates that any game brought back to the village must be distributed evenly amongst everyone, but there hasn't been much to go around lately. Without fear of harassment from the Guardians, we can finally begin hunting again, but there's still so much to do. There's still much to do if we're going to replenish our supplies. Any chance you'd be willing to help? If you could bring back, say, 3 teleocerases, it would be a great help. You'll find them to the north of here, but don't kill them. We'll need their meat to be as fresh as possible when it's put away. When you've worn them down enough, you can stuff them into these bags without much of a fight. Now, I know what you're thinking, but trust me, they'll fit. Stay safe out there.
What? Oh, so we need to do that as well. Sure then. Kaetsu, might I trouble you for a moment of your time? In recent days, a young Seeker of the Sun has seen fit to issue me several challenges to combat. I can only assume he means to assume the role of nun and leader of our people. Tradition dictates the strongest among us must take the position, so I gladly face any who believe they're fit to lead. The problem, however, is this challenger is decidedly weak. Yet no matter how many times I put him down, he refuses to concede. His invitations to duel were a mild annoyance at first, but I've come to find his single-minded determination to be intriguing. In fact, I was hoping you would consider training him. I realize how absurd it sounds to help my rival to be, but I'm curious of his potential. If you would take him under your wing, he's likely loitering about Vijala. Safe travels. Experience-wise, there isn't that much reason to... I think also drawing a blank is... let me just check if it is actually the case. Yeah, so that entire quest line has also needs to be done, so this new contender thing is not a priority. However, I'm guessing the unexpected guests one is the other Aether current. A small bag, roughly large enough to hold an acorn, marble, or dinosaur. Yeah, apparently... oh, right, I was supposed to capture it, not kill it. Oops. Whoops. Oopsie whoopsie. Don't worry about it. Ryan says, question, you're not questing with the Chocobo companion? Any reason for that? Ah, yes, it's a very good reason. It's called I Forgot. Isn't that a great reason? Yeah, I don't know, Imi. Apparently you can stuff an entire dinosaur into a bag. It's very impressive. Also very true, Ymir. The original inspiration for the limit break emote was actually that I believe it was actually only like mainly Ymir that would always call out for limit break, and it was something that stuck with me to the point that I was like, we need an emote for that. I forgot. Exactly. Oops. I actually always do. if you've ever read the community posts whenever there's these streams, there was actually a time where I had like an FAQ on it, and one of the things in the FAQ was like, why are you not using your Chocobo companion? And the answer was, just remind me. Just tell me. Because that is what's happening. I forget. And what usually happens is I remember when I'm not out and about. So I'm like, oh, I need to remember to bring out my Chocobo again when I'm out and about. And then I forget again. Also, technically, we could have been doing this quest as Dragoon, since we can't even hand it in as Black Mage anyway, but it's just funnier to do it at a level appropriate. You're back! Do those bags contain what I think they do? Somehow, yes. Perhaps it is better not to ask how a 10-ton dinosaur could fit into this sack, or how a Lalafell was able to carry it.
Wow, you really did it! Now that I didn't think you could, mind you. Not that I didn't think you could, mind you. It's just been so long since anyone here has had the guts to contend with those beasts. You can be sure we'll make good use of them. Their meat for rations is a given, but their horns and bones will make good tools, and their hides can make belts and boots. Did you know the Teleoceras isn't even native to these lands? The Gallians used them for carrying freights, but the Sots couldn't keep them under control. A few of them escaped into the wilds, started breeding, and here we are. I guess you could say it's a blessing in disguise. If they hadn't brought Teleoceras here, we'd have one less source of meat and materials for fashioning our tools.
That is quite interesting. It was actually hilarious regarding those glasses, Ymir. I checked this morning on Louisoix. The glasses cost 50,000 gil on the market board. Do you know how much it costs to make one of those glasses? Any bet, any guesses? How much does it cost to make classic spectacles? These glasses that Smol Caetsu is wearing. Any guesses? Don't look it up. Just guess. Kitsuneko says 10 to 20k. Angel says it costs less than 1k. Any other guesses before I give you the answer? Well, you're correct, Lemon. 1 ingot and 1 glass. Weirdly. Typically, the ingot you need costs like 500 gil, or maybe less on the market board. The clear glass lens typically costs like 200, maybe 100, again on the market board. The primary problem is that usually the clear glass lenses, like they are sold in like stacks of 15 or 20 or 30 or something like that. For some reason, people don't sell them in singles. Reason probably being that it's not worth it if you only sell a single one. And the ingots are really cheap as well, right? So you're basically making an item. Yeah, exactly, it is Louisoix where the price was weird like that. But yeah, they cost like less than 1,000 gil to make, as stated. But so the reason why the reason why it was absurd that the classic spectacles was 50,000 is because they're normally not. They normally are not 50,000 gil. Normally, the classic spectacles swing between 10k, maybe down to 9k, and up to 25k, but not 50. Not 50. Which is why I was so shocked when I saw the price. I'm like, what? Obviously, I bought a lens and an ingot and crafted the glasses for Ymir because I know what it costs to make them. I think the reality is that people have the perspective like Kitsuneko had. Oh, the glasses cost 50,000? Well, it's probably because the materials are kind of expensive. I'll just buy it. It's just 50,000, right? Although when you reach 50,000, it starts to reach a price where it doesn't, where it like, it isn't like meaningless anymore. As I said, it cost me less than 1,000 gil. In fact, Ymir, I made 2 glasses and sold the other one, so it didn't cost me anything. I haven't sold it yet, I don't think. But even if it sells for 5k, it would have been 0 cost for me. So it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it, Ymir. It's from me to you, a gift. But yeah, exactly, Angel. People are lazy. People will buy iron ore from the market board, even though they are in Limsa Lominsa and there is an iron ore selling merchant in the city. They will still buy the iron ore at a markup. Because lazy.
Adventurer, I would ask a favor of you. In recent days, strange men have been stealing prey from our hunting grounds. They appear to be Alamegans, but they do not recognize us as allies. They refuse to listen when we explain they are trespassing. If they were to see another strider in our company, they may not be so quick to fight and flee. Not so quick to fight and flee. They were last spotted to the east of here. Please, go and speak with them before anyone comes to harm.
I think there's also the part, Kitsuneko, is that since you cannot buy from the market board, you don't have that concern. But the thing is, a lot of materials, like there are a lot of materials where it's cheaper to buy from the market board, which also confuses things. Like there's a lot of materials where there are merchants like in Idleshire that sell them. Like materials like, oh yeah, you can buy that material from a vendor if you ask like on Teamcraft, you know, a website specifically for planning your crafting. You can just go there and it'll be like, oh yeah, you can buy it from a vendor. It's 10k each, but you can, and then you go on the market board and it's like 1k. Like, what?
Please wait, if you would listen for just a moment.
Ah! Keep that thing away from me! Well,
I fear they won't listen to anything I have to say. Would you go after him and explain his people are trespassing? I must tend to my wounds.
but the thing is, regarding proper price, is that there isn't necessarily a proper price for anything. The reason why I know what classic spectacles sell for is because, and that is a surprise everybody, I have sold a lot of classic spectacles. So I know exactly what they're worth. What people are willing to pay for them. But I wouldn't know how much, like, I don't know what people would buy, like, do I even have anything with sale? I wouldn't know what people would buy, like, random furniture for, because I don't really sell furniture. But I make classic spectacles and I sometimes sell them. You were trying to help that thing, weren't you? What do you want? They only wanted us to leave their hunting grounds, so they're not savage monsters looking to feast on our innards. I see. Sorry about before. It's not every day you see something like that where I come from. Me and my friends are from a small village in the peaks, you see, and with the guardians blocking all ways in and out of the place, we'd never traveled far. Now that they're mostly gone, we thought we'd have a look about, maybe scavenge for a bit of food. We didn't mean no harm, honest. If it's all the same to you, we'll leave and go look for food somewhere far, far away from here. What about the rest of your troop? Aren't they, like, dead? Alright, so speaking of furniture, I saw that Deluxe Garden Patch is selling on Sagittarius for 150k gil. You can buy it from a vendor for 48k. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. Now, with those kinds of items, it's a little bit more complicated. And Gazel also correct. There's even the vendor price at the bottom of the tooltip. Like, it's obvious that you can buy it somewhere. With something like iron ore. The reason why I'm shocked that people are willing to buy it like that is because if you've ever trained a crafter, you will almost certainly have been acquainted with the fact that there is literally a vendor with most, if not all, of the materials you need to reach like level 15 at the very least, with any crafter right next to you. Like, literally right there. So surely you would know that they would sell iron ore if you need iron ore. Or you could mine it, that is also true, but it's more like, if you're buying the iron ore, you know where you buy iron ore. You buy it near the crafters that need iron ore, typically. It's right there. Meanwhile, housing furniture, it is not obvious for people what furniture you can buy and what you can't buy. What needs to be crafted and what doesn't need to be crafted. Stuff like that. It's not entirely obvious. I've made that mistake myself. Not because I wasn't able to see or read that it literally had like a vendor price, but because I didn't know where to look. So it was like, well, it's only slightly more expensive. I'll just buy it here. I'll save those 5,000 by saving the time of looking for it.
You're returned. Were they willing to listen?
Now they are.
Men from the peaks. Interesting. We were concerned the M tribe may have coerced them into stealing from our land. My sisters will be relieved to hear this. If these people are desperate enough to venture here for food, perhaps we can help them. A deal of some kind. Share our food stores in exchange for materials from our gem crafting. Yes, that would be a fair trade. I will need to discuss this with my sisters. The beginning of our fruitful partnership may be at hand.
Oh, Orion. That's a very, very good question, and it has a very, very simple answer. What could a banana cost? $10? Like, I do that sometimes. Like, if I need something, then it's just easier for me. Like, the time saved by me buying the item is worth more than the money saved. Like, that's the thing, really. And I ran into this problem a lot with crafted gear. So in Shadowbringers, in the very last patch of Shadowbringers, like in the final raid tier rather, I crafted the gear sets for all my jobs. All of my combat jobs, I crafted it myself. And for the most part, I gathered the materials myself. Now, I did that, and it took a lot of time. When someone then later asked if I could craft their set, that is when it occurred to me, wait, how long does it actually take to make this? And how much money do you actually save by buying all of it, like by acquiring all of the materials somehow? Because usually they would buy the materials, send them to me, and then have me craft the item. And in most cases, there was nearly no money saved when you had added everything together. Exactly, it's only worth it at the start of the raid cycle. After that, it's extremely small margins unless you gather all of the materials yourself. So it's basically like whenever you look to buy something, like to acquire something in Final Fantasy XIV, the question is, should I get it myself? Or could I do something more profitable than that and use the money to buy the item? Which is, and I talked about this on Discord a while back, which was very demoralizing for Kitsuneko, I recall. But that is also how, like, that is how RuneScape works. Old school RuneScape as well. Why bother doing anything? Just buy the item and do something that is more profitable. Just do the thing that makes you the most money, sell items from that, and then buy the things you want. Why play for fun, right? Why do things for the sake of having fun, right? Just play for efficiency only. Don't have fun. Why would you play a weaker job than the best job when you can play the best job and do more damage? That is how you get good at the game, not by having fun, by doing the most effective thing. I hope you understand that I'm joking right now. But there are genuinely players that think like that. Ryan says, I understand that time is money, but I don't understand how you can amass so much money while overpaying so much for items. I think some of the players that do that are the players that happen to fall butt first into a huge into a wealth of money somehow. So they're not sure how much money they actually are spending. And then they bought a huge house, like small, medium, large, doesn't matter, but they bought a house with that money that they happen to have, and then they went, well, I want furniture in it. How do you get furniture in it? Well, you can just buy it from the market board, right? So they do that, and eventually they don't have any more money. Like that is just how things go. You eventually, like, if you're spending more than you're making, then you will eventually run out. But if you weren't always doing that, like if you had a time where you were making more than you were spending, then you, like, depending on how long you did that, you might have 10 million, you might have 20 million gil, you might have 50 million gil, you might have 100 million gil, depending on how long you did that. But if suddenly you start spending more than you're making, then the price, like, then you're like stash of money just slowly drips downwards again, or really quickly if you're spending a lot. Like, I've said this before, but the majority of the money that I have on my main is more so because I know a few specific things that sell somewhat consistently, which gives me, profit. And then I don't really buy anything. Like, my my spending is extremely low while my income is okay. Angelano says, or you could buy stupid things like the special landmarks for the island. Exactly, you could do that. That is a lot of lamps, Angel. How did you find space for all those lamps? And also, hey Coco, I hope you're doing well. Aside from being... cannot go... aside from being sleepy at work. The thing is, and that is also the special landmarks for the Island Sanctuary, you get it because it's fun. Like, that is exactly, as I just said, why play a weaker than the best job when you're playing a video game? Because it's fun. Why throw money at something that doesn't do anything, like 60 lamps or something? Because it's fun. Why do old content for a mount you're never going to use? Because it's fun. You think I play video games for fun? Okay, 54 lamps. I was like 50, 60 lamps, something like that. I'm happy I was somewhat close. I should be able to do math. I do have a master's degree in applied mathematics, after all.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I fear the battlefield is no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Now, let's begin our search. We would like to cover more ground if we split up. Hopefully, there's still some trace of the prisoners left here.
Yeah, that is possible, Orion. Let me see what the difference is. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, Orion. Like, every time I start, like, a stream, I also have to switch to live chat instead of top chat. I don't know why it is like that. The cloying stench of rotting debris fills your nostrils. You're unable to discern where the odor is coming from. Exactly, Emil. Why do I play Summoner when others are better? Because I like the aesthetic of a god Summoner. Also, Summoner is actually pretty good. Like, it's decent. And that is actually a thing that happens for every job, pretty much. It's like, it's not bad. Upon close inspection of the ground, you see footprints. Some of them appear to be fresh. Like, that is the thing, is that players that complain that their job isn't the best or that it's weaker than the other jobs forget that you could be playing an MMO where it was way worse. Being 10% weaker than the second job, or like than the best job in the like in your category, 10% is not much, especially not when that job might come with like other caveats. This house is much too clean to have been abandoned for 20 years. What do you mean, Angel? Are you saying that I got you to want to learn transpose lines? Yeah. Coco says, by the way, the fact you said that the math behind Dancer is your favorite almost made me head slam my desk like, of course it is. Well, I think it was interesting. If Bard still had their math stuff from with the multi-dotting and repertoire, I would probably have mentioned that instead as well.
Ah, Kaitsu, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell.
Unwell? Unwell? No, definitely not. Certainly not. Yes,
We're quite fine, but what of you? A little girl dressed in strange clothes. Quite strange. Quite strange. What? You have some nerve, regardless of how I look. I'm a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder, thank you very much. Now, who are you, and what business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much. Very much. You don't remember? Well, is there anything you can remember? Remember? Yes, something about this place. Something familiar. Quite familiar. Caetsu, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he is not from this place. Considering he's Ellison, he's likely a Gridanian escaped from the Guardians, or perhaps... Could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Guardian soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories. Sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much. Very much. Alright then, let's return to Castrum Oriens. My browbeating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped.
Angel says, yes, time to learn the black magic of black magic. Sip says, White Mage is the only questline I've actually properly done, and that includes Conjurers. Well, I can't remember, Sip, was Conjurer and White Mage your first job? Or was it just like something that you ended up switching to and maining later on?
Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expected such wild claims from Lieutenant Mulco, but if you would corroborate a report, perhaps this warrants investigation. Until further notice, he shall stay under the protection of the Eorzean Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you cannot just... Lieutenant Mulco, get this man a hot meal and a warm bed when he's had a bit of rest. See what he knows of Bittermill and the Guardians. It should not be long before we reach a resolution to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee.
Zip says, I asked what job is the healer and got told Conjurer. Oh, well, that is a very quick solution to that.
I imagine Lieutenant Mulco has finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. She's had like 1 minute by now. She surely has finished. Knowing her skill at interrogation. Oh, Caetsu, I've just finished with questioning. That was quick. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past. The only thing he's certain of is that he escaped from Guardian captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. But where does Bittermill fit in into all of this? I feel we've reached an impasse. It's not as if we can ask the Guardians what they were doing there. Or perhaps we can. The soldier who escaped us earlier must know something to have been prowling about the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Caetsu, we must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned.
What I particularly remember about the Astrologian quest line is that nowadays it's a lot weirder because the cards, like the special cards and such, are much less unique. And then there's also the part that geomancers are Eastern astrologians, right? Sip says, to be specific, they replied with, do you want to be a healer from start or play as a DPS and then go healer? And that is true, you wouldn't have to stay as a DPS that long for Scholar, but Sip also started in Shadowbringers, where Arcanist was a lot more complicated. At least in Shadowbringers. I can't remember if Sip started earlier, but I remember he at least played in Shadowbringers.
You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill? Well, you should know I've already dispatched a reconnaissance team after reading Lieutenant Mulco's reports.
I thought it prudent he be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep of Owen's stash.
There's no need for that, sir. Caetsu and I will go. I realize I'm not the ideal scout to assist in this, but we have to find them.
It was a month before the WoW breakdown in which they flooded the servers. Ah, right. Well, now I'm not sure, because you started on an American server too. And the big flood from World of Warcraft happened like a little bit over half a year before Endwalker, I believe, and that makes it a very short time frame. I feel like you played before that.
On your guard, Caetsu. I have a bad feeling about this. We found him, Caetsu. We really found him.
What are you...
These wounds. If he's not treated soon, he won't be telling anyone anything. He's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go and tell Serpent Marshal Brookstone we found him and he needs medical assistance before he can be moved.
Oh, you're already level 30 in here. It is pretty funny. For some reason, Conjurer and only Conjurer is just handed a mount for reaching level 30. All other jobs, nah. My men have searched high and low, yet there's no sign of this runaway soldier. We already found him. You found him at Owen's stash. Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He is severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this Bittermill business. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go and see if you can find Lieutenant Molko. I want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Those Garlean dogs. Rough.
Ah, Caetsu, I'm happy to report we managed to bring him back safely, and not a minute too soon. I plan to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and the bleeding stopped. I imagine we won't have to wait very long.
So we're waiting and looking and watching.
It seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now, stop talking. What were you doing out there at Bittermill?
We were looking for someone, an escapee from one of our facilities. He'd lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far.
I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him, though he cannot recall where.
So he returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it.
Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything you know, I will do all within my power to see your lives is spared. Do we have a deal?
Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Guardians any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners was relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Guardians' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone it came into contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called.
That's horrible.
The intention was to drive back Eorzean forces without wasting any of their own on the front lines. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing in volunteers, and what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people? Not a single prisoner survived, the tests proving a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed. Or so they thought. Yeah, this is old news. To the surprise of many, the project was shut down before Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legators of the 14th Imperial Legion and an interim leader of the Alamegan province, Gaius van Baelsar. The Black Wolf would not allow this senseless murdering of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted, and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose. And that's where you realize that Gaius wasn't all evil. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd already hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather, could not tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad and couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of his experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process.
Then that means the man we found earlier...
Aye, that's him. Griliamice, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. Kitsuneko says, I still want to bite him. Fair enough. I want to bite his hand and go loot goblin on his gun. Well, I have some bad news, because you will not be allowed to get his gun.
I can't believe that incoherent mess of a man was a scientist in service to the Guardians. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. What do you think, Caetsu? A part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill was used for their experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work, and if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it.
Whoops, sorry.
Caetsu, we have to go back to Bittermill again.
Back to Bittermill. Back to Bittermill. We're going and we're going and we're going back to Bittermill. It's a long way to Bittermill. Let's see. Sip says, I played from the start of April, shortly after my birthday. It was within the year of Endwalker's release. Yeah, that matches up, and April sounds a lot more possible, or matches a lot better with what I would think. And Coco says, I started when the first car event was, and when the first summer tower parkour thing was. Oh, I don't remember when that was.
Alright, let's split up. Again, there has to be something here, and I'm not leaving until we find it.
Is it going to be a case of me looking around and you finding it again?
Your digging reveals a small metal container, though you probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Mulco will want to know what you found.
That was a random guess. I was just like, it's probably behind a building.
You found something? A metal container? Could it be the missing sample of Black Rose? So he was telling the truth after all. There's no time to be sentimental, nor hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container could prove disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone.
Again. Yeah, exactly. At least you can get Emmett... Well, I don't think Kitsuneko knows who Emmett Silk is. But at least you can get a hammer nowadays. Oh, you've shown Kitsuneko Emmet Selk, Angel?
Lieutenant Malko reporting, sir. We've discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He's Grilaimis, former chief of research for the 14th Imperial Legion, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. After a thorough survey of Bittermill, we've discovered what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it.
Attention, this is Brookstone. A container we believe to contain a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately.
As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. My hair's clipping. Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands.
I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely moved to a secure location, rest assured we will see to its disposal. As for Grilaimis, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment will be quite severe.
I almost pity the man, but memories are no. His crimes cannot be excused.
Lieutenant Malko, Lieutenant Chaiji, you've done well today, and I'm sure you're both quite tired. Go and rest. You've earned it.
Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Gridania to write up a report. The events of Bittermill need to be recorded, that we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. I wish I could accompany you a while longer, but I'm sure the great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all your help. I look forward to adding your feats of daring to our record someday.
Zip says, I would rather have a gun that actually works and doesn't take hitting it 10 times the fire. Oh yeah, isn't that from like a meme video? There was a new one uploaded 4 hours ago. Oh well, there you go. Emia says, I first started back when E8 came out, and then took a break until 6.2, and made the character I play today. Oh, I see. I started... I'm not sure exactly which patch, but I started in, like, Stormblood. And when I reached max level, when I finally reached max level, Drowned City of Scala was one of the dungeons to do. And I remember that specifically because... Now, I came from World of Warcraft, and there it was pretty common that just doing dungeons to get gear was effective. So that's what I did. And I got the full Scala gear for my tank. And before I took a break from the game, I remember my free company complaining about Ridorana Lighthouse and Math Robot. And when I came back, it was during like the end stages of Stormblood, like late enough that I like came shortly before Blue Mage was added, and I managed to be there for when Shadowbringers came out and things like that. And then I played some part of Shadowbringers, and like I was there for the first raid tier and experienced some of it on normal mainly. But I was not... I don't believe I was there... I was not there to experience Copied Factory releasing, I'm pretty sure. But I came back again in time such that... So the second raid tier had come out, but the second Alliance raid had not come out yet. And then I leveled all jobs to max... And then I joined a free company, and then I like changed free company because the free company had been in all that time had kind of like died out. That is not entirely true, Gazel. Max level dungeons do not give you gear every time. But leveling dungeons always give you at least one gear piece.
You're that adventurer that has been sauntering about the village. What do you want?
Sips' math robot is really easy now that I understand how it works.
Indeed. Mraz asked you to train me? I don't need his pity, and I certainly don't need you. And I'll prove it. After I beat you, Bloody, I'll defeat Mraz and take my rightful place as none.
Oh. That is a very small knife. Smash cut to winning.
Damn it all. Why am I so weak? Alright, fine. If you mean to train me, then get on with it. That's what you came here for, isn't it?
Yes?
Good. After a few lessons from you, Mraz will wish he never sent you to me. I refuse to end up like my father. I will become stronger, even if it means accepting help from my enemy. Where were we? I should probably introduce myself. You can call me Maset. Now, how about you show me what you can do? Hold on a minute. I didn't mean I want to fight again. I want to observe, preferably from a safe distance. A gazelle would make for a good fight, and they graze nearby. Let's be off.
Pulls out a spoon. You call that a knife? This is a knife. Boing, spoon. Now that would have been extra funny if I actually had a spoon on hand. You call that a knife? This is a knife. You beat him with the 1 damage altos. Very cuddly knife. Should have pulled out the frying pan. A very cuddly knife. I like how if you're in combat, but the Chocobo does not have an attack target yet, it's kind of just like they're like, yeah, yeah. There you go, that's it. Oh, right. Well, now I can see why my beating earlier was so swift. I feel stronger just from having watched you fight. Maybe I can put some of those moves to use against Mraz. I need a moment to think. Oh yeah, just cast Fire 4. Easy.
Alright, I think I'm ready. The title of None is as good as mine.
Emia says, have you done the Hildebrand quests? Yeah, that would make a frying pan a bit too strong. Does a frying pan make the frying pan noise when you hit things? How do you know that, Kitsuneko? Why have you been fighting enemies with a frying pan?
Ugh, not again. Why am I so weak?
Do you not tire of this fool's errand? Tell me, why is it you seek the title of None?
My father was none of the M tribe until his title was stolen and we were driven out of the village. Then, just when I thought things were at their worst, he abandoned me. This is your fault. If you hadn't taken away his title, he'd still be here. I'll rip you limb from limb for it if I have to. You wait and see.
His father was none as well. There was a time when the M tribe was led by 2 nuns. In the common tongue it is often interpreted as chief of the tribe, but first and foremost we are a father to our people. When our hunting grounds are vast and children many, it is sometimes necessary to have a second nun, as we once did. After the Guardians invaded, however, our lands diminished as did our numbers. We agreed only a single nun was needed. Under normal circumstances, we would do battle, their loser abdicating their title. But his father relinquished it willingly and left with him from the peering stones. We never heard from him again. Mset, son of my heart. After all these years he returns, but why would his father leave him to survive on his own? Perhaps there is someone among our people or the Ananta who know what became of him. Take Mset with you and see what you can discern of his father's whereabouts. You'll like to find him near the southern edge of Vijala. How do you know that? He just ran off. Fair point, Kitsuneko, but still, it's dangerous to fight mobs with a crafter job. I see their legs together. Yikes.
I wish you hadn't seen that. What a bloody mess I was. None of this would be happening if my father was still here. It wasn't easy growing up on my own. Once I become none, though, I'll finally get the respect and admiration I deserve. I beg of you, help me defeat Miraz. Are you ready to whip me into shape? I've been thinking about how I need to improve, and I'm fairly certain fending off attacks is my weak point. After all, both you and Miraz bested me with a single blow. I think I have just the thing to practice defending myself. Follow me.
Make a man out of you. Wait, where did he go? That is a long run. A little movie reference. Now, just for anyone that is wondering, the reason we're doing this whole questline is because it's required to unlock the Ananta Beast tribe. Pretty weird.
Look what I found! Mark XL...
Let me see.
Mark XLII grenades left behind by the Guardians. Can you believe it? Word has it you've dealt with them before, so I'm sure you know what these can do. They'll be perfect for practicing my guard.
Are you sure about that?
Now, take these grenades and throw them at me. No need to worry, I've already emptied out most of their explosive powder.
Well, you said so. You said to throw them. Here you go.
Should have emptied them out a little more. I mean, that was nothing. Go ahead, tell another.
You got it, buddy.
I think that one had more powder than the last one. Not that that's a bad thing, mind you. Hit me with another. I can take it.
Another one.
Yeah! I must have forgotten to empty out the powder.
I don't know, dude. Just following orders.
But that just means the training will make me tougher. Why, I bet I could defeat Miraz right now if I wanted. Or perhaps after a short break. Those grenades took a toll on me, but I'm feeling much better. My ribs have taken on an unusual shade of purple. But I bet that means the training's working. I couldn't have come this far without you, though. It's only proper that I ask you come and see me finally take down Marats. What do you say?
Sure.
Thanks. You don't know how much this means to me. Let's head to the Peering Stones then. Marats won't know what hit him.
Very good point, Emir. This is like shooting yourself to build up a resistance to bullets. Well, in some games that might actually work. The problem is that this man just needs to level grind a little bit. He doesn't need to get hit with grenades.
Mazette, have you come to challenge me once more for the title of none? I have, and this time I will defeat you.
Very well, let us reconvene at the valley to the southeast.
Reconvene? Are you afraid I'll shame you here in front of your people? No matter, well, it looks like we're heading to the valley.
It is quite funny. It's like Smol Caetsu is riding around a school bus, but her legs can't reach the gas.
There you are. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. Your time as none of the M tribe ends today.
Before we begin, Mazette, there's something you must know.
What now?
I am your father. A terrible... no, never mind. A terrible tale told to me by the Vira. 20 years ago, a Mikoto of the M tribe traveling with child happened upon their people. He claimed to be a nun who relinquished his title to avoid creating discord within the tribe. Though no longer one of them, he planned to watch over them from afar. One fateful day, the local wildlife were afflicted with a strange illness that drove them into a frenzy. It was as if they were possessed, forming a monstrous herd storming toward the Peering Stones. He could not stand idly by and watch his former home be destroyed, and so he chose to face the beasts alone, leaving his child in the Ananta's care. One after another, the beasts fell as he drove them into a nearby cavern, yet he would not escape unscathed, for one of the creatures struck him with poison that would soon turn him into stone. His limbs growing stiff, he used the last of his strength to collapse the cave entrance. The remaining crevice that would have allowed their escape was blocked by his cold, petrified flesh. That man was mad, your father. There are those who called him a coward for leaving, but in truth he was the bravest among us. Among us? Do you recall this blade? It has rested here ever since that fateful day your father gave his life to save us.
My father's blade! So it's true then. I hated him for so long,
You recall this blade? Sorry, I missed that opportunity. Be strong, Mazette. You are your father's son, and one day you shall make a great nun. My father's blade!
Forgive me, forgive me. memories of childhood are hazy, but I do recall being taken to an Ananta village shortly after leaving the M tribe. Now I know why he left me all those years ago. He was a hero to the bitter end, fighting to protect our people. Now I would protect them too. I need to speak with Marats.
Hey, a blade! Calm down, it's happening! It's blade time! Sorry, Emir. Well, streaming is almost like being a discount comedian. So I have to take my chances and opportunities. Ah, you are returned. Manats Nun, I want to apologize for the disrespect I've shown you. You're not to blame for my father leaving. I realize that now. You needn't apologize. We are men of the M tribe. It is only natural that we might quarrel in one way or another. Now that you know the truth, what will you do now? If you would have me, I wish to rejoin the M tribe as a Tia. I will become stronger, and one day carry on in my father's footsteps. By his blade! I swear it. Very well. I welcome you once more as Messet Tia of the M tribe. Train hard, young one, and become the man I know your father believed you could be. I would also hold our memorial service to honor your father's sacrifice. We do not have his remains, but I pray his soul will at last be at peace. Cut the music. Never mind, switch the music. Thanks for all your help. I might have never learned about my father if you hadn't shown up. The next time we meet, you'll be addressing me as Messet Nun. At least, I hope so. I also expect a rematch for that first thrashing you gave me. This will never happen. I should get going. I have to reintroduce myself to a lot of people. Till we meet again. Words fail to express my gratitude, adventurer. He will make a fine nun someday. When his time comes, I hope you will offer him support again as you did this day. There we go, that's the quest we actually wanted. Ah, but for fortuitous timing, I would ask a favor of you. I spoke again with the Vira regarding the death of Maat, and heard a disturbing rumor as to why the beasts of Vijala ran amok that fateful day. They believe the Kaljana were behind it. It's hard to believe such a reclusive tribe would do such a thing, but I would be foolish to doubt the word of the Vira. We must be certain, which is why I ask you to seek the truth at the heart of this matter. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but the Kaljana have been acting strange of late, leaving their borders to venture into East End. An ill wind blows across the fringes. Please, you must find out what they are up to. That is far away. Blade! It's a lot easier to do these quests when you can fly, isn't it? Just auto run and just point in the general direction, and there you go. I think we will just barely be able to maybe get the tribe unlocked and then do the quests. Why? How? Oops, I forgot to switch job. Well, your loss.
Griffin's Bane! Oh, thank goodness you arrived. Twice now you've saved me from certain doom. After completing my reports on Gridania, I thought it prudent to return and learn more about the history of this region. I was especially interested in this tree they call the Precipient One. It's revered as a source of great spiritual energy. I was told this was a place of beauty before the Guardians arrived, yet an air of gloom hangs over the place now. I plan to investigate the degradation of the area, starting with this tree, when it was assaulted by the Kaljana. But what brings you here? You suspect they've been driving the beasts of Vajala into a frenzy. Perhaps it's related to their strange behavior of late. At any rate, we should have a look around. There has to be a reason why they came all this way. If the fates are kind, they'll have left us a clue.
Is this a clue? Is this a clue? A foul odor assaults your nostrils, but you find nothing out of the ordinary. Oh. Is this a clue? Strange fumes are emanating from the roots of this tree. Yes.
Did you find anything?
Yes.
I recognize these markings. This is a container of black rose. 12 help us if any more samples yet remain. You don't suppose the Kalyana hid this here, do you? What could they possibly want with it?
Hello, Hassan. How are you doing? Caetsu, are you unharmed? Someone said from off screen. Don't look so surprised. Shooting a few arrows isn't that difficult, even for me. But that's not important. I come bearing news from Marat's none. He went to meet with the Vira to offer them thanks for taking me in after my father's disappearance. It was there he learned an awful truth about the incident that claimed his life. The Kaljana used a strange fruit to drive the beasts of Vajal mad. The stampede was meant to drive out the M-tribe so they could claim our lands as their own.
Strange fruit, of course, the Precipient One. This is only a theory, mind you, but if the contents of that container leaked into the soil, it may have had adverse effects on the plant life here. It would certainly explain the condition of this tree.
Now that the Guardians no longer move freely through these woods, the Kaljana likely saw this as a chance to harvest the fruit and finish what they started. It is a plan that reeks of their people, never wanting to sully their own hands. Thanks to you two, we can ensure it won't come to fruition. I'd love nothing more than to avenge my father here now, but I know that's not what he'd want. I'll take her back to the Peering Stones, where Arts will know what to do with her. Hassan said, your videos helped me learn jobs. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you find them helpful. Thank you.
I better go and contact Serpent Marshal Brookstone. We need to get men out here and dispose of that container. Thank you again for all your help, Caetsu. I hope our next meeting is under better circumstances.
Yeah, the bard rotation is quite difficult to memorize. My advice there is you don't have to do it perfectly. Like, it'll come with practice, of course. But it doesn't have to be perfect immediately. And a big part, like, if you can get the opener right, then most of the things will like line up somewhat naturally, and if you just use the things as they come up, that's good enough. And like just sort of follow the same like order as the opener, if you can, but you don't have to be perfect immediately. Part of the difficulty of Bard is in the huge amount of randomness in the job. So, like, if you can just get it somewhat correct, I'm sure that you will like get more and more accurate with more practice as you play the job. There's also the part that you will have to use the job like in a real fight, and there sometimes you won't, like, everything won't line up as perfectly. So if you can understand the general idea of the rotation, then that's actually a lot better than having memorized exactly what to do when. Welcome back, my friend. Tell me, what did you find at East End? My word, so what the Vera told me was true. I never thought it a concern that the Kalyanas should seclude themselves. They always seem so peaceful. Yet our carelessness nearly brought about the end of the M tribe. Well, we will not make that mistake again. I will deal with the Kalyana you captured after they tell us all they know. I'm honestly surprised to see Maset Tia chose to seek my counsel, rather than deal with them himself. There's hope for him yet. Again, we find ourselves in your debt. I foresee great things ahead for the M tribe, and I'm certain you have helped us set us on the path to lasting prosperity. Hazan says, is Black Mage hard to master, by the way? Yes, very much so. Black Mage is considered one of the hardest jobs to master. Learning Black Mage is not too difficult. The difficult part is that you have to deal with boss mechanics, right? Getting good at Black Mage is slightly harder than that. But mastering Black Mage means that you have to deal with, contend with this thing called transpose lines, which is really complicated to use optimally. Greetings, Caetsu. I'm glad to see you looking hale and hearty. We're fortunate that you returned unscathed from that business involving the Percipient one. Thanks to you and Maset Tia, the Kalyana have been keeping away from it. Speaking of the Ananta, a messenger from the Vera came by not long ago looking for you. Saurisha has some matters she'd like to discuss with you. Perhaps you could pay her a visit? But yeah, the Black Mage is really hard to master, but don't let that deter you. If you think that Black Mage looks like fun, then try it. If you find it fun to play, then you will play it more, and if you play it more, you'll become better at the job, and if you become better at the job, well, you'll eventually become really good at the job. Don't get me started on Astrologian. Oh yeah! Gazel says, man, Scholar Rotation is pain to memorize. I can hardly remember how many broils I need to insert between two chains. Now that one is pretty funny. How many would that be? Let's see, you would have to reapply Biolysis at least 4 times. Well, you would have to apply Biolysis at least 4 times. And if you have no spell speed... "44 broils, right? 44 broils and 4 Biolysis, I'm pretty sure."
Welcome, Caetsu. Allow me to once again express our gratitude for your heroic deeds. To think that the Kalyanas should summon that mockery of Sri Lakshmi for a second time makes my blood boil. Our village owes much to your bravery, and yet I am compelled to request your aid once again. My beloved daughter Alpa is a member of the Resistance. Though she is young and unskilled in the ways of war, she labors tirelessly for the freedom of Gyabania. Now that the Guardians have relinquished their grip on the region, many Vera who serve in the Resistance will be called back to Vera Nilya. As my daughter, Alpa's presence is required above all others. One day, Alpa will inherit the mantle of Broodmother, and there is much I must teach her. Despite our newfound freedom, many trials await in the days to come for all the peoples of Gyabania. We need not only strong leaders, but able successors to lead us into the future. I have written a letter for Alpa explaining why she must return to Viranilia at once. However, I anticipate that her superiors will be against her leaving on such short notice. As a friend to the Resistance, you will be able to persuade them to release her from service. Will you grant us your cooperation?
Sure, I suppose so.
Your selflessness knows no bounds. Please give this letter to Alpa. She is stationed in Ralka's Reach. I pray for a satisfactory outcome.
That's correct, Gassel. If you have a GCD of 2.4, then you have 20. So if you have a... Here's an interesting relation. If you have a GCD of 2.5, then you can fit 24 GCDs in 1 minute. If you have a GCD of 2.4, then you can fit 25 GCDs in 1 minute. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that hilarious? I think it's really funny, at least. So, 44 plus 4 biolysis would give 48. If you have a GCD of 2.4, that results in 2 extra GCDs per minute, which means 50 GCDs in 2 minutes, as you said. So that is correct. But what a random number to focus on.
Yes, I'm Alpa. A missive from Mother, you say?
Letter from Sharisha to her daughter Alpa.
Let me see that. She wants me to leave the Resistance and return to Viranilia. This is absurd. I'm pleased that she has such high expectations of me, but I've still got work to do here with the Resistance. Oi, calm down, will you? First things first, haven't you got anything to say to the one who brought you the letter? You're right. Where are my manners? I'm very grateful to you for delivering this message. You're Caetsu Chaiji, conqueror of Castellum Veludina, aren't you? Of course, I recognized you straight away. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. The name's Jolmin, and I report to Alpa here, believe it or not. I suppose I should explain why I don't want to go back, seeing as you've traveled all this way. Although I have assumed the title of Battle Maid, fighting isn't exactly my forte. I'm much better at metalworking, and since joining the Resistance, I have been placed in command of a small group of blacksmiths. While the others were out capturing Velodina, I was here in the Reach crafting armaments. If only I could have been there with them. I'm proud of the work we do supporting our soldiers, but I want to be more involved. That's why I've come up with a plan to turn Castellum Velodina into a Resistance fortress, with the newly formed Velodina gatekeepers in charge. Alpa went straight to our commanding officers and volunteered for the post of captain. It was certainly a surprise to hear they'd agreed to it, but she was only given permission on the grounds that I'd be assigned as her second in command. And she's been nagging me constantly ever since. Anyway, my blacksmiths are mainly made up of Ananta, since we excel at forging weapons and armor. On the other hand, most of the frontline units include both Ananta and Striders. Our superiors were concerned that even though I'm a member of the Resistance, I've spent most of the time among my own kind. Golmin's here to teach me the ways of the other peoples of Giabania. Although officially she's the one leading the unit, I'm here to act as her mentor. She's still got a lot to learn about us Striders, though. The other day, she tried to take off my uniform. Are you still going on about that? I thought you were getting ready to shed your skin, so I tried to help you out of your clothes. How many times do I have to tell you? We don't mold it like an anta, you bumbling ninny. I just had an itchy back, that's all. I'm quite capable of getting mine undressed by myself. Let's not get into all that again. So, where were we? Ah, the letter. I will send word to Mother to tell her why I'm not going home. I'm sorry to have involved you in all this. Wait, there's one more thing. While you're here, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would you be able to meet us at Velodina? Thank you so much. Dolmen and I will wait for you at the castellum.
I blush, indeed, indeed. This is one of those zero moments. Should we undress as well? A mentor, where's the crown? Oh, maybe it's there if we check her name when we're at the destination. The announcers are pretty funny. It is a very good example of if you don't interact with other people much, you might have a hard time understanding how other people work. Also, where is the crown? No crown. Are you sure you're a mentor?
You're here! I hope you had a safe journey. As I mentioned earlier, the Resistance wishes to repurpose this place as a new stronghold. The bridge is very important, strategically speaking, and is mainly used by allied forces going to and from Gridania. But now that the Imperial forces have been driven out, we can expect more civilian traffic in the future. That said, if 10 Skull Legionnaires suddenly showed up and demanded their bridge back, we'd be hard-pressed to hold them off with the forces we have stationed here now. Tell me, Caetsu, what do other peoples do at times like this?
The Grand Companies recruit fool adventurers like me. In Ishgard, the Temple Knights petitioned adventurers to undertake leaves.
What a fantastic idea! Adventurers could cover our lack of enlisted soldiers, at least for the time being. Let's spread the word that the Vilodina gatekeepers are offering. Work. There's not a moment to lose. You're an adventurer. You'll sign up to help, won't you?
I suppose I could. I suppose I can lend you my strength.
1,000 blessings upon you. Let's begin by... Ah, someone's coming. Wait, is that who I think it is?
My crown? Well, Smol Caetsu is not a mentor.
Mother! I read your message, Alpa. You've formed the Vilodina gatekeepers and been made their captain. That's what I wrote, isn't it? I've got an important assignment and I intend to see it through. Oh, and what is this important assignment of which you speak? I'm responsible for converting this place into a full-fledged resistance fortress. It's vital to the defense of both Gridania and Gyabania. Alpa, you possess of many virtues, but strength in battle is not among them. Yet you believe you are capable of leading this endeavor? Very well. The entire region stands to benefit from strengthened borders, our village included. But remember, Alpa, you're my heir. You cannot shirk this responsibility forever. You may remain here on one condition. It will soon be time for me to shed my skin. When it is over, I shall return to inspect this stronghold. If your work is found to be unsatisfactory, nothing you say or do will stop me from taking you back to Viranilia. Fine, have it your way. When you see what I've done with this place, you'll regret ever doubting me. I look forward to it. Until we meet again, fare you well. It seems my debt to you continues to grow. Please, grant my daughter your counsel. Though she is rash and impulsive, her spirit burns brightly.
You got it, I guess.
So, if we succeed, Vilodina will provide Viranilia with greater security. If we fail, the village gets its future successor back. Your mother certainly knows how to negotiate. We won't fail. I'll do everything in my power, and more, to succeed. If you say so, Captain. Right, what needs doing first? If we're going to hire adventurers, we need to choose the right person for each job. We need to think about payment, too. Got it. I'll tell Ishana, Madura, and the others to start getting things organized. I knew I could rely on you. There's still a good deal of time before Mother sheds her skin, so let's use it as best we can. Put up the banners. They'll show everyone that this castellum is now under the jurisdiction of the Vilodina gatekeepers. I hope we can count on your help too, Caetsu.
Yes, I might show up like once a week-ish for a bit. That is a weird shield, or a really... That is a really weird shield. The Villadina gatekeepers have taken command of Castellum Villadina. Tribal quests unlocked. Call me Snake. Solid Snake.
Caetsu, we recently received word of a carrier beset by beasts near East End. If they are in our employ, the situation is all the more dire. They would not be soldiers, but villagers hired from a nearby settlement. Please, you must go and help them before it is too late. Time away from home is beginning to take its toll on the gatekeepers. While there is no true remedy for homesickness, Alba thought home-cooked meals might lift their spirits. Our stores of food proved sufficient for the striders among us, but we lack the mushrooms needed to cook my sister's a traditional dish. I dare not call the gatekeepers from their posts, lest we spoil this surprise. Might I prevail upon you to collect three? Might I prevail upon you to collect 3 from the fallen trees in Vajala? Deliver them to Anuraga, and she will handle the rest. Ah, what fortuitous timing! We have need of a hunter with your skills to replenish our food stores. They are in no danger of being depleted, mind you, but our reserves of gazelle meat are rather low for my tastes. They are often found in Vajala. Here, I shall mark the location on your map. If you can procure meat from even 2 gazelles, you would be doing the gazelle keepers, the gatekeepers, a great service.
Thank you, Demia. It's okay, it's not unusual that the chat kind of becomes very quiet near the end of the stream. So we're doing these 3 quests, and then I think we're like wrapping up. The gazelle keepers. They will become the gazelle keepers. I just need to bring back the gazelles alive. Unfortunately, I'm going to be go a little bit La Brea on them. And go, you will not leave this place alive. Hey, Snow Dragon, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Thank you. Snow Dragon left us a super chat, or put a super chat saying, this is great. I get to have lunch and a live stream. Thank you so much. It's been a long time since I've seen you last in the chat. I hope you enjoy your lunch, by the way. Thank you, miss. Thank you. The gatekeepers sent you. I'll have to thank them too when I return to the Castellum. With the Imperials gone, I had hoped to do my part in rebuilding, but so far I've proven little more than a nuisance to those who need me most. I promise to be more careful in the future. A bit of home cooking. I think doing it like this. Thank you, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You didn't want to add a message? But thank you. Well, I mean, I always read it, so. But thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I forgot. Well, that was the message that should be in it. I forgot to leave a message. Super chat. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I wanted to say blade. That's see, now that's what I expected. Lemon says, this is making me want to spin, but I can't right now. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the support, but it's not required. Of course not. Of course. Make sure you like take care of yourself first. And your budget, naturally. I didn't expect I could actually survey that from that far away, but apparently I could. And welcome to the Cult of the Pink Snow Dragon. Thank you. I actually think, I'm pretty sure that means that we might be able to get a new emote. I'm pretty sure that means one new emote. Let me actually check if I can add it immediately. I don't think it'll let me, but let me just try. Just fixing the emote and once again, welcome Snow Dragon. That is awesome. You. I think if you refresh the chat that you might have a new emote, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Thank you again, Snow Dragon. Snow Dragon says, I'm going to give a super chat on behalf of Lemon. Thank you so much. That is very, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I saw you last, Snow Dragon. I'm glad to see you back. And yeah, I imagined that blush, the blush emote was the one that was the most desired one. It's the one that we like, that seems to be referenced in text the most. So here we go. We have Kai Blush finally. Thank you. That is so wonderful. Oh, I was like, for a moment, I was like, wait, didn't I finish that? And it's just one of those weird Beast Tribe quests where you have to hand it to someone and then talk to someone immediately after to finish. Wait. Just fly over the NPC, like, they're like, wait, the mushrooms? Okay.
That scent! Ishana sent you, didn't she? Well, let's have them.
A rare, sweet-smelling mushroom that grows only in the arid lands of Vijala.
These will do nicely, thank you. This variety of mushrooms is quite rare, but when they grow, they do so in abundance. The rich aroma will have my sister salivating in no time. Though considering how little time we have to eat, they would slave at the sight of any food. Still, I thank you for these mushrooms, as I'm sure my sisters will as well. Tell Ashana preparations should not take long.
And now we can hand in the quests.
Ah, you are returned, and no worse for wear. The carrier returned not long ago, singing praises of your heroism. The restoration of Alamigo demands more of my sisters leave by the day, and those who would serve in their stead are quite scarce. Needless to say, the people of the fringes have grown to be an indispensable asset. There is much to be done if we are to ensure their safe passage through East End. I trust we can count on your assistance should they again find themselves in trouble. Welcome back, Caetsu. Were you able to find any mushrooms? Yes. Well done. No meal for my sisters would be complete without them. You have my humblest thanks. A taste of home will serve... A home of taste. A taste of home will serve well to not only reinvigorate the gatekeepers, but also to remind them of what it is they labor to protect. Did you have any luck in finding them? Tender meat cut from a wild gazelle, which weirdly looks like a chicken thigh. Excellent! For me and my sisters, this meat is essential in maintaining the lustrous sheen of our skin. A pity most striders consider it too tough or stringy. This is why we do not count them among our provisions, which must be shared not only with the gatekeepers, but the resistance as well. We hunt as time permits, but they are not easy prey. Should we be hard-pressed in maintaining our stores of meat, I pray you will lend us your aid again. Nice! There we go. That was, Did we start at level 64? I think we started at level 64, so that was incredibly ineffective, all things considered. Isn't that that is an upgrade. And that goes here. Pew, pew, pew. Right. What would be a cool place to take a picture for the thumbnail for next week? Well, yeah, next time at least, next week. Yeah. We could take it here. We might just start with beast tribes next time since we have finally unlocked them. Can I come up on your counter? Excuse me, excuse me. No? Okay. Maybe you could jump in the picture. Actually, we sort of can. Let me see if I can angle it right. How's that? Ta-da! Let me just get some light. It's a small flip of a small guy. I remember back when we just started Smol Kai, and I was talking about, did you know that Lalafell's jump, their jumps in general on Dragoon is like way shorter than any other race. Like most other jobs, they jump
the same, most of the races, I should say, they jump the same-ish height, but Lalafels, I mean, look at this. Which is even funnier when you see actions like this. Like, if you've ever needed an explanation as to why elusive jump cannot, like, barrel over fences and stuff, it's because if it was a Lalafell who did it, they would just smash into the fence. Orion says, doing frontline daily and it's Shatter. Shatter is really weird. Like, really, really weird, because due to you needing to attack the points so much, it leads to so much, like, ignoring the enemies. Because you're just trying to, like, push the objective, so to speak. Let's go to Britannia, that is rather close. Nope, that was not where we needed to go. We needed to go to the inn, not to the market board. What am I doing? Ah, Westman is gone. Now, how will we know where West is? Just Shatter is really weird with the rework. I will say that old Shatter was also weird, but new Shatter is even stranger. Right, I will get a picture for the schedule. If there's anything you all would like to talk about before we finish the stream, this is as always a great time to do that. What could we do? Oh wow, where did that lag spike come from? I think that's pretty good. Why is self-management? The cutoff, I don't know. I really don't know why. Why that is the cutoff point. I have no clue. But because I always mention it in my starter guides, it has almost become like a quote. Right. So while I still remember to say it, if you enjoyed what you saw on the stream and you would like to see the wonderful people that you saw in the chat, there some more, then there's a community Discord server, and that is also where you will find the easiest and first place you typically will find the weekly schedule, and where you will find every time I post a new video, plan a new stream or whatever. That is, there are rooms specifically dedicated to that, and you can opt into getting tagged if you would like to get a reminder with the reminder role. And Snowdragon, you in particular, if you have Discord and you come on the Discord server, if you link your YouTube account with your Discord account, you get a special role, which will make your name stand out a little bit as one of the cultists of the pink. Very pretty pink, indeed. But yeah, it is optional to be in the Discord, but I feel like if sometimes you just don't like get the, like, even if you have notifications on, I've heard from some that they say, oh yeah, like I was told that there was a new video posted like 3 hours after the premiere ended, or I was told that there was a stream 2 hours after that it started, even though I was there. So like on the Discord, I will give a reminder like 15 minutes before streams and things like that, which I write in manually. So there you will be sure to not miss it, but it is optional. Yeah, I think that's everything I have. But yeah, I do agree, Emir. Tell you what, when I started in Final Fantasy XIV, so my first job was summoner, so arcanist, right? So I got to level 30 and noticed that the quest stopped. And the thing is that I did a lot of side quests because I didn't realize that the main quest was that important. So I was like level 30 easily. I also had the road to 60, as it was called back then, which didn't help either. So I got to level 30 and thought, that's strange, why can't I continue my quest? And then, like, I went back to my main quest, then I fought Ifrit, and I think I did like a few more quests, and then I was like, oh yeah, my job quest. Went back to do it, and back then, in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, you learned Summon Ifrit Eggy. Like, you actually got a new summon, like, as your permanent pet, if you like. So I was like, oh, of course, to unlock Ifrit, you have to defeat Ifrit, so surely to get other pets, I need to defeat the primals related to that. That makes perfect sense. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's optional. I was like, that's why. I suppose other jobs, like you need to be at a different point in the MSQ before you can upgrade to those. That makes sense for them. Of course, Summoner needs to defeat Ifrit to get the to get the Ifrit spell. Do you have to defeat Titan to unlock Titan? Welcome back, Phil. Did it go well? Did it go well with the fell cleaves? Oh, interesting. Do all jobs have to do that? Or is it just Summoner that has this extra block? Interesting. That is very interesting. That also makes sense with this story. But that makes it even weirder that to get the soul crystal you need to do self-management shortly after, isn't it? Like, I am not sure why. If I remember correctly, self-management is also like there is a follow-up quest with the sylphs after that, isn't there? Like, you do self-management, and then you do the next quest that you take from the sylphs to help them in some way, which means you have no reason to leave. Like, you're here now. Why would you go and do your job quest now? Because it unlocked now. It's really strange. Very, very strange. Yeah, A Realm Reborn made a lot of those kinds of choices. Just, well, in an RPG sense, maybe it makes sense. I don't know. I can't actually recall if there's any, like, practical reason why self-management would be the cutoff point. Right. I don't have anything else left to add. Next week the streaming schedule might be a little wonky because I have some real life stuff because summer. But there will be streams as usual. Although things might get a little wonky. But next week, certainly, guaranteed, we're getting monk guides. So I hope you look forward to that. So a new starter and high level monk guide. And with that said, all I have left to say is good night or good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And then we just have to say good night to Smol Kai, and she's already in her pajamas, as you can see. So, good night. Good night. And good night, Emir. And good night, everyone else for that matter. See you all very soon.